Hello, Jonathan.
Hello,
Good to
Jill.
see you.
I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, it's about an order for a toaster. So I haven't been able to have my eggy bread toast soldiers because the toaster hasn't arrived. And I've been charged for it.
Okay, let's start at the beginning then. So when did you order the toaster?
On the 1st of May.
So beginning of May you ordered the toaster, and how much was it?
It was about £30, but because there was free postage over £50, I ordered some other bits and pieces as well.
Okay.
And I got a confirmation immediately afterwards to say they'd got the order.
Okay. And in terms of the other bits that you ordered, have they turned up?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Right.
I had a note on the confirmation that I would get the order through by the 10th of May. And just before the 10th of May, I thought, there's a bit, it hasn't turned up yet. I better check. And when I checked the tracking, it said the order had been cancelled immediately after I'd had the confirmation.
So what's the company had to say?
Well, they said, the payment failed.
Well, did it?
They didn't tell me that.
But did the payment fail?
Yes, the payment failed. So they cancelled the order. So I rang them up and said, why did the order not arrive? And she said, the payment failed, so we can't give you a refund because we didn't get the money.
No. Well, I mean, that's fairly obvious. I mean, they're not going to refund you if they never took the money. So why could you not just order it again?
Well, because when I checked my bank statement, the money has gone out.
Oh, so they did take the money?
Well, somebody's taken the money.
Oh, right.
So it's in between the Visa credit card and the retailer.
Okay. Have you spoken to the credit card company?
Yes, they said I can raise a dispute, but because, it's a long process, I believe, because everything's delayed because of COVID. But it's not a dispute with the retailer, necessarily. It's something that's gone wrong in between the retailer and the credit card people.
Yes. Well, I mean, I think, look, let's be sensible about this. If the retailer has not received the money, then there's nothing really they can do in terms of trying to get you that money back.
No.
So dealing with your credit card company will be the only option for you to be able to reclaim the money, if indeed that money didn't ever end up anywhere near the retailer. So I think if it were me personally, I would be inclined to reorder the toaster and to get everything sorted, and then to take this matter up with the credit card company. How long have they said it's going to take for them to be able to raise a dispute?
2 to 4 weeks. But Jonathan, you've helped me in the past with an intermediary problem with getting refunds. And on the cancellation, it says in brackets, WP cancelled. Now, that gives me a little clue as to where it might be, but...
Yes, but to be honest, none of that is your concern, because if you've paid using a credit card and the money hasn't gone through, if there's a problem in terms of where the money's gone in the system, that's not down to you to have to worry about. Your credit card company need to just refund it to your card, and they then sort it out with whichever company they deal with. This should be a very straightforward issue. You call your credit card company, you explain the situation, they say, OK, no worries, we'll get that sorted out, and then you reorder the product from the retailer. OK.
Now, I do have a complaint against the retailer not telling me that the payment failed. But on the other hand, going back to the credit card company, it's under £100. So would I still have that cancel or that dispute?
Yes, because you're doing what is known as a chargeback.
Right.
But to be honest, I mean, it's not even really a chargeback. I mean, this is just a lost payment that seems to have got lost somewhere in the system. But it's down to your credit card company to get that money back for you. And I'm very confident that they would be able to do it. I've done it many times myself.
Okay.
Something goes wrong, your credit card company, they take the details, then they get back to you within a couple of weeks. They say, yeah, okay, it's all sorted out, money's back on your card. Job done. It should be very straightforward. But
Okay.
I'm just trying to, I'm wondering if I can actually be of any help to you, or whether actually you don't really need my help.
No, I'll go for it and go to my credit card company and do the dispute or the disputed payment, and I know where you are if I have any more problems.
Absolutely. I mean, completely. If you speak to the credit card company and they don't give you the money back, of course, you know where I am, and I'll be more than happy to go and talk to the credit card company for you. But as far as I'm concerned, this should be very straightforward. I think it's very annoying that the retailer didn't come back to you to say that particular money didn't come through to us. But it may well be that their computer system, just because the payment didn't go through, they just kind of cleared it off their system.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, are you going to order the toaster from the same retailer or a different one?
No, I think I'll go into the shop and buy it rather than doing it online.
Okay, all right. Well, look, Jill, at this stage, I don't know that you necessarily need my help.
Okay.
Give it a whirl with the credit card company, and if things change, come straight back to me. Now, someone new recently moved next door to Barry. Barry lives in a terraced property, and he shares a driveway with the house next door. But it quickly became apparent there was going to be a bit of an issue.
2 weeks after they moved in, a skip arrived on the driveway. A couple of days later, a load of doors inside the skip. It's on his land. A couple of days later, I've come home from shopping, and there's a van on the shared bit of driveway unloading other building materials into the skip. I couldn't park on my driveway because obviously the van's in the way. And then about a week later, I'm blocked again by another van unloading a load of rubbish out of the back of it. The plot thickens. The person who lives next door, who's renting next door, actually works for this building company who are putting all the rubbish into the skip. I take it that it's his boss who's ordered the skip, put it on the driveway to save paying for permits around the local area, and filling up the vans, bringing them back and disposing of the rubbish inside the skip.
Well, as you can imagine, Barry is very annoyed that the driveway next door that he shares with this property next door is being used to dispose of commercial waste on a daily basis. I mean, he said that vans turn up throughout the day and are offloading stuff out the back of them into this skip on the driveway. He's concerned because of the inconvenience of it. I mean, who would want to live next door to a skip constantly? But he's been blocked in by vehicles, he says, and he's also worried that he's going to end up with constant punctures because of screws and nails being dropped on the driveway that he's then going to drive over. Well, you can understand why he's not best pleased. And indeed, from our previous conversation, I know many of you made contact with me to say that this is simply not allowed. A commercial building company, if they are going to be disposing of waste, they have to have a licence to do so. You can't just use a skip on a residential driveway as your commercial disposal unit for commercial waste. You're not allowed to do it, and the council should be helping Barry. Well, I've been off to speak to the council. I've also spoken to the building company as well. Let's find out what the latest is, because Barry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Barry.
Morning, Jonathan.
Right, now, first of all, let me just bring us up to speed with where we're at. I went off to have a word with the man that runs the building company. He said that, as far as he was concerned, he disputed that this waste was coming from his company. He accepted that it was his vehicles with his company name written on the side of it. But he suggested to me that his employees were disposing of waste as self-employed contractors, and it's nothing to do with him. When I suggested to him that I didn't come down in the last shower, he didn't seem best pleased with that and accused me of raising my voice, which I most certainly was not. I then said to him, well, I'm going to have to go and have a word with the council, Milton Keynes Council, to find out what they have to say about this, because this is not acceptable. You can't be dumping commercial waste on a residential driveway in a skip that is intended for domestic waste. he said, well, yeah, you can do that because I do a lot of work for Milton Keynes Council. So I went off to have a word with Milton Keynes Council. Now, I should point out, and I want to make it very clear, as far as Milton Keynes Council are concerned, they do not employ this company. This is not a Milton Keynes Council contractor, they say. They did say, we have been in touch with Barry and we will investigate the issues. Residents who are concerned about fly tipping and illegal dumping of rubbish should let us know as soon as possible and report it online. Now, I know that the council did get in touch with you fairly shortly after my call to them, and they were very helpful on the telephone. What did they say they were going to do?
Yeah, they said that they were going to chase it up. This was last Monday when I spoke to the bloke from the council. He seemed pretty keen and he wanted to do something about it. But as of yet, I've not really heard anything since.
But I gather on Friday there were developments. What happened?
The bloke from the council, he did send me an email, I think it was about Tuesday or Wednesday time last week, and he asked me if I could get some CCTV to show what was going on. I put my Ring doorbell out the front, and on Friday morning, I think it was about 11 o'clock, up turns the van and starts unloading a load of waste.
But am I right in saying that the previous skip was removed and a fresh one was put in its place?
That's correct, Jonathan. Yeah, that was Friday. It disappeared, and then as soon as it's gone, it started to be filled back up again.
Right. Now, I have seen the footage of the vehicle arriving outside and indeed offloading all of the stuff from the back of the van, and it is also very clear to see the company name written on the side of it. I've been back to Milton Keynes Council this morning just to inform them of the fact that you and I would be having this conversation and to ask if there is any further response. I haven't yet received a further response, only that the council wanted to reiterate again that this company is not a contractor for Milton Keynes Council. Now, the reason why that is relevant is that I also called the contractor this morning and I had another conversation. Now, let me just start by just reminding you and everyone else what I said earlier in terms of his argument to me last week. He said that this was not waste from his company. He said that, yes, it may well be that his vans are being used, but his contractors are self-employed, and this is them with self-employed waste, nothing to do with his company. When I called him this morning, and I informed him of the fact that I'd now seen evidence of one of his vehicles arriving at the drive and dumping waste into this skip, and I'd also been speaking to the council, he said to me, I've spoken to Milton Keynes Council and they don't have a problem with what we're doing. Okay. Now, does that sound like the response from a company that last week told me this waste was nothing to do with them? This was self-employed waste?
Yeah, it doesn't sound too good, does it, Jonathan?
So I put it to him that last week he told me that this was nothing to do with his company. This was waste generated by his self-employed contractors that work for him, albeit using his vans. And yet this morning it would appear his admission was that this indeed is waste coming from his company, and he confirmed that indeed that is the case.
Okay.
But he said that he does work for Milton Keynes Council indirectly. When I asked him to elaborate on what he meant by indirectly, he didn't want to go into any detail. But he said, I do work indirectly for Milton Keynes Council. Well, Milton Keynes Council are insistent that he does not work for them. But I have a sneaky feeling we are going to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. And I'm disappointed that here we are now on the Monday, and that I presume that skip is still there, is it?
The skip's still there, and as of about 20 minutes ago, they've just unloaded another load of waste out the back of the van as well. So,
well, the company concerned, the contracting company, is K&S General Construction Limited. I informed them of the fact that I would be identifying them today, and their director, Mr. Malise, I gave him the opportunity to join you and me on the programme today to explain why he seems to be using this driveway next door to dispose of waste as a commercial company. He says that he's doing absolutely nothing wrong, and he says the council is quite happy with what he's doing.
Okay.
He has not provided a response. He is not on the programme. He does not want to appear on the programme or provide anything. Now, I just want to put this out there because I just wonder if anybody knows in the Milton Keynes area, K&S General Construction Limited, they are telling me they work indirectly for Milton Keynes Council. Milton Keynes Council says that they absolutely do not work for them. They are not a Milton Keynes contractor. I have now seen evidence with my own eyes, which is why I'm more than happy to identify that company on the programme. He does not seem to feel that he's doing anything wrong whatsoever. However, based on our previous conversation where we had a lot of calls from people, they were saying you are not, as a building company, allowed to just stick a domestic skip on a driveway at a residential address and use it to dump all of the waste from your company. You're not allowed to do that. Now, I would hope, based on the conversation you've had with Milton Keynes Council, that they are going to be putting a stop to this. But I'm not quite sure how long it's going to take before that message gets through, because the fact he turned up again this morning with a load more waste would suggest that that message still isn't getting through.
Yep.
Barry, I'm not going anywhere until this is resolved.
Okay.
I've already got some info. Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Okay, I've got some information that's now starting to come through from people who are making a link between K&S Construction Limited in Milton Keynes and Milton Keynes Council, who tell me that this is not a contractor for them. Is it a subcontractor of one of their contractors? Is that what's going on here? As I say, I did invite K&S Construction Limited on the programme today to explain why they are using this residential driveway to dispose of what appears to be commercial waste. And they are not here. They do not want to be here. And they did not want to provide a response for broadcast on the programme. If that changes, if they would indeed like to join all of us and to explain why this is going on in Milton Keynes, Barry, let's leave it there. I'm not going anywhere until this is sorted. Now, to Madhu. Do you remember Madhu? He was telling me that he's been paying for electrical appliance cover for items in his kitchen for the last 10 years. It's costing him £8.75 a month. When he finally came to use this policy, well, he said he hadn't had a great experience involving the replacement for the microwave.
I took it out, looked at it, and it's only a 20-litre one capacity that they've sent me. And I looked at my original one, and that's a 30-litre capacity. I called them first thing Monday morning and I said, you sent me this thing, but it's the wrong one because this is not a like-for-like replacement. And the person on the phone said to me, no, we can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. And I said, no, because I've been paying for all this time. I'm sure that I should expect a like-for-like replacement. Okay, I'm going to raise a complaint about this and somebody will be back in touch with you. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anything.
Well, I said to Madhu, leave it with me. I'll go off and have a word with the company. I did indeed. And things should be looking up now. Let's find out how things are going. Madhu's back on the JVS show. Hello, Madhu.
Hello, JVS.
Now, the reason why things should be looking up is that when indeed I spoke to the company concerned, Domestic and General, they came back with this response. They said, we apologise for the inconvenience experienced by one of our customers. Unfortunately, we had an incorrect model number for the customer's appliance, which caused the issue. We have now amended this detail on our system, and we've informed the customer that we will replace their microwave with the correct one. We're currently working directly with the customer to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Well, they were in touch with you. They were trying to replace the microwave. The problem they were having is that because your microwave is an integrated microwave and it was 10 years old, it seems to be a certain size and capacity that isn't easily replaceable. And Domestic and General said to you last week that they were really struggling to find a suitable replacement that would fit perfectly and provide you with the kind of capacity inside the microwave that you want. So what they'd said to you instead was that they were happy for you to source one and they would either pay for it or give you the money back. So you were going to be going out this weekend to do a little bit of research and a little bit of shopping. How did you get on, Madhu? Did you have any luck?
No, I didn't have much luck. I went to a couple of kitchen showrooms in the area, and basically I found that they were not really interested in entertaining me because they were more interested in just selling me a new kitchen, and I can understand that. And so I didn't have much luck at all. Nobody was really helpful in that sense, and they kind of said, look, there's not much thing we can do about it. But they said, look, I can sell you a new kitchen, which I didn't really want to spend that much money right now.
I don't think when all that's wrong with your current kitchen is that the microwave doesn't work, having an entirely new kitchen to resolve that, I don't think that's a very good idea.
Correct. So, I've come up with a really, really blank, and, what I am struggling to find is somebody who can, come in and, I don't know, maybe one of your viewers or somebody, or listeners, maybe, a good kitchen fitter or something like that who can come in, have a look at it, tell me, yes, I can get you something that is going to fit in here, and I'll fit it in, because Domestic in General said that they will pay for it.
Yeah.
Right. And they'll offer me a cash settlement for that. So all I need is somebody who can help me with that, because, to be honest with you, I'm useless at DIY. The best I can do is I can change a light bulb for you, but don't ask me to do any more than that.
Right. Okay. So what I need you to do then, because as I mentioned to you last week, my listeners are brilliant.
Yes.
They are fantastic when faced with a challenge.
Yes.
And I just know that they'll be able to source you a microwave. I just know someone will be able to do that. So just tell us a little bit about your existing microwave. What are the dimensions of it, please?
Sorry, I didn't keep the dimensions here in front of me.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
No, but I will need them if my listeners are going to help you.
Of course.
I need from you, and what I'll do is I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Yes.
What I need from you, I need the dimensions.
Yes.
In terms of how wide, how high, and how deep it is.
Correct. Yes, I've got all of that. I've saved it on my phone. So if I get about 10-15 minutes, I can find it, and then I can get back on the call again.
That's fine. I need to know what colour is it?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me that now?
Yeah, it's stainless steel.
Okay, so it's a stainless steel one, and it would need to be stainless steel, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I think that's probably all I need to know. What was
and I think it's just a 30-litre microwave rather than the one that they've sent me.
Yeah, but to be honest, the capacity of it is not what we need. We need the dimensions, because obviously you've got a limited hole in your kitchen. And this microwave needs to fit in that hole. As you mentioned before, there is the possibility for someone who is an expert in fitting kitchens to come and fill around the edge of it so it looks neat if it was a bit too small. But ideally you'd like something that just would pop into the existing hole, yeah?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Right, okay. Well, I need that, and I need to... What's the existing brand?
The existing brand is a Bowmatic.
Bowmatic, BAUM8.
And I've been on their website, and they just don't do it, and the dimensions that they have down there doesn't fit what I want, kind of.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure my listeners will know where you can get one, but we do need the dimensions.
Yes, I can do that. If I have like 10-15 minutes, I can find it and I can have that ready.
Fine. Okay, you do that and we'll call you back and we'll get those dimensions on the programme and see what we can do to assist, okay?
Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhu. Right, ladies and gentlemen, stand by. Those dimensions coming up soon and I will need you. I think Madhu is back. Are you there, Madhu?
Yes, I am.
Right, okay. Now, you've got the dimensions for this microwave that you're trying to replace. What are the dimensions, please, if you would?
Yeah, so the width is 565 millimeters.
Sorry, 565?
Correct, millimeters.
Yeah.
The height is 455 millimeters.
455.
And the depth is 520 millimeters.
520, because I'm just having a little look. There are a lot on the internet. So if I just click on this for width, and then the height is 455. So if we click on that, and then the depth is 520. Oh, hang on a minute. 520 is that one there. And then the height, 450. Well, there are quite a lot. They're quite expensive.
Well, I think it'll be down to, the insurance company, to make a decision now, because, if we can source it and, or we can say to them, well, this is the model that we found and, this is the closest we're getting. So now you can source it from your end.
Yes.
We've been able to find it. So
yes, it just depends.
We have
because
paid all these years, haven't we?
Well, yes, you have. The only thing I would say is that the brand that you had beforehand,
yes,
it looks in the grand scheme of things to have not necessarily been the most expensive brand.
No.
You can buy, for example, integrated Biomatic microwave for about 145 quid. Okay. The cheapest integrated microwave I can see that would fit in the hole that you've got,
yes,
looks to be a Smeg one at £556.
Right.
That's the cheapest.
Okay.
So it certainly does look to be more expensive. But look, now you've given us those dimensions. Let me put that out and see if the listeners can find anything else. So width 565, height
yes,
455, depth 520, and
correct,
that's in millimetres. If anyone knows of a microwave, a reasonably priced microwave that would fit in that hole, must be an integrated one. I'll see what my listeners come back with and we'll talk very soon. Good grief. By the way, a little earlier I was talking to Barry all about this skip problem with his neighbour having a skip on the drive. We're getting more and more fascinating information coming through on that case. I had a sneaky feeling you may well start telling me what's going on here. Lots for me to investigate, and I will obviously bring you up to speed with everything as soon as I'm able to confirm it. First, though, it's the JVS show, and I'm dealing with your consumer problems. Jerry came to me. Jerry was saying that she purchased a hot tub in May of 2020. Well, it took quite a while to get to her, but there's been a problem now with it, which is why she's come to me.
It arrived in July because everyone was ordering them and it was taking time. £505. We put it up and we was in it for a couple of times and it started to make this buzzing noise from the heater and coming up with an error 6. So I tried to go talk to the lady that I brought it from, but she wasn't very much help. And the communication was taking weeks for her to get back to me. And it was just try this, try that. Anyway, I decided to go straight to the manufacturer because I wasn't getting much help from the other lady. She just wasn't coming back to me very much.
Well, this was an interesting one, and I need to speak to Jerry, not necessarily with good news for Jerry, but really just to make it very clear of the level of protection that you have when you purchase something from a private individual, which unfortunately is what appears to have happened here. Jerry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jerry.
Hello there.
Oh, Jerry, now I had a horrible feeling after our last conversation that when I started to investigate this, indeed I was going to find what I ended up finding.
Right.
I think, to be honest, you have assumed you were getting protection that you haven't got. You went on to eBay and you looked at hot tubs and you found a woman who happened to be selling a hot tub on eBay.
Yeah.
You purchased the hot tub from this woman. She's not a retailer. She doesn't run a business. She's just a woman that was selling a hot tub. You've purchased the hot tub. You had the hot tub for how long?
Well, we ordered it in May and it came in July.
Last year.
So July, yeah.
So you've had it since July of last year. And it's now stopped working. You, I think, assumed that your rights were with the manufacturer of the hot tub, which they are not.
Yeah.
You don't have any rights with the manufacturer whatsoever. Your contract is with the woman that you bought this hot tub from. But because she's just a private individual, selling on eBay, as she's entitled to do. She was not pretending that she was a business. She was not presenting herself as a retailer. It would appear that you just kind of assumed that she was. She's just a private individual who sells bits and bobs on eBay. Therefore, she does not have any responsibility to you insofar as the hot tub has now stopped working.
Okay. Understand all that, yeah.
I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news, but I need to make people aware. If you'd gone to a retailer, if you'd purchased this hot tub from a company, then you are protected by the Consumer Rights Act, which, as you know, gives you the right to expect that the hot tub will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. If, however, you buy a hot tub from someone advertising on Facebook, someone selling in a newspaper, somebody just advertising an item on Gumtree, or someone selling an item as a private individual on eBay, you don't have protection from the Consumer Rights Act. It is a case when you buy from a private individual, it is a case of buyer beware, and you don't have the comeback. So
I thought you might have had some sort of protection from eBay itself.
Well, you may well do for a limited period of time, but what you don't have is the protection under the Consumer Rights Act to be able to say for a reasonable amount of time, i.e., a year later, 2 years later, I'm not happy that this product has only lasted for this amount of time and now it's gone wrong. You don't have that same protection if you're buying from a private individual.
Okay.
So I'm really sorry to have to say, Jerry, but I think that you've ended up with a hot tub, buying a hot tub in the same way that, let me just slightly illustrate this in a different way. If you buy a car from a private individual, a private seller, when you drive that car away, you've got no rights whatsoever if anything goes wrong with it. When you buy that car from a private individual, it's a case of buyer beware. You make a judgment at the point of sale, and if you make the judgment that you are prepared to buy that car, the minute you drive it away, it's down to you.
Yeah.
It's the same when buying anything from a private individual. You don't have any comeback. It's a case of buyer beware, and if you find yourself in a position such as this, I'm afraid it's kind of cost you about 500 quid.
Yeah, I can probably get it fit. I could probably try and get someone in to have a look at it. That's a problem, but I just wanted to find out where I stood, sort of thing.
And listen, I'm pleased you did that. And what I'm also pleased to be able to do is to just illustrate this to everyone listening to the programme, because I do get quite a lot of people that hear me bang on about the Consumer Rights Act and they assume that applies in all circumstances when making a purchase.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. You have that level of protection when you are buying something from a British retailer. But unfortunately, you did not buy this from a British retailer. You bought it from a private individual just selling something on eBay.
Okay.
Sorry, Jerry.
I do think that she was selling it for the company, but then there's no way to prove that.
But I don't know why you assume that, because, we've had a little look into it, and this woman that is selling something, she's got about 2 items listed on eBay at the moment, neither of which are anything to do with a hot tub. She just seems to be someone... Yeah. There are some people who just kind of buy and sell stuff on eBay. It doesn't mean that they are proper retailers that are backed by the Consumer Rights Act. They're just private individuals. It's like deciding that you're going to sell something from your loft that you find. I mean, you're fully... As long as you haven't misrepresented at the point of sale, and as long as you haven't suggested that people are getting something that they're not, then, you're entitled to do it. But it is a case of buyer beware, I'm afraid. And I think because of the time that has gone from the point of sale to now, I think your ability to do anything further is pretty much non-existent.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Sorry, Jerry.
information and your help anyway.
I'd love nothing more than to wave my magic wand and to make it all better for you. But unfortunately, I can only deal with the reality of where we're at.
Yeah. All right, then. Thank you very much, Jonathan, anyway.
It's a pleasure, Jerry, and at least hopefully it will save someone else from finding themselves in a similar situation. So I am grateful to you for coming to the programme, Jerry. To Darren's case, Darren booked a hotel. He'd stayed at this hotel numerous times before. He regularly has to go away for work, so staying in a hotel is quite normal for him. But during this recent stay, things very quickly became very noisy.
10:15, thought I'd head down to bed. Car alarm goes off at this golf club next door to this hotel. So that goes on for about 20 minutes, went downstairs. I said, you realise? And she said, yes, very sorry, we're contacting the golf course. I said, that's brilliant. So someone got upstairs, it stopped. About a couple of hours later, bang, 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 bang. I was like, oh, God, what's this noise? And so it would come and go and stop. And then about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, it got more regular. So I poked my head out the door thinking, what the hell was this noise? Then I saw this chap walking down the corridor, and he went through a door right next to my room, the noise, and it looks like the mechanism, it's like a buffering mechanism that closes the door, wasn't working as efficiently, but it just went bang against the actual frame, reverberating to my room.
Well, Darren came to check out the following morning, and the lady on the desk said, did you have a nice day? And he said, well, to be honest with you, no, not really. I had a terrible night's sleep. And the lady on the reception apparently was fairly apologetic, but that was that. He paid, off he went. Well, it was a little while later that Darren was talking to a friend who said, you do know that hotel provide a good night guarantee, don't you? So you should go and have a word with them, because surely they should give you your money back for that night. So Darren called the company, but he didn't get on very well, which is why he came to me. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Hello, Jonathan. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So I've spoken to the company on your behalf. The company concerned is Premier Inn. And indeed, I looked up, and on their website, they do seem to have this good night guarantee that they offer their guests. They've come back, though, with this response. They say, thank you for letting us know, and of course we are sorry that the guest is disappointed with the outcome. The good night guarantee does have some exclusions, and one of these is that internal hotel noise, which was not reported at the time. Our teams would, of course, always endeavour to resolve any internal noise issue at the time, but they need to be aware of it in order to provide a solution, such as a room transfer or speaking to other guests. We understand the guest reported noise associated with the nearby golf course, including an alarm. Unfortunately, this circumstance is beyond our control and again is not covered by the good night guarantee, as stated in our terms and conditions. Once again, we are sorry for the disappointment on this occasion, and as a regular guest, we hope to welcome him back soon. I thought you might be fairly speechless.
I am pretty speechless, to be honest with you, because as I illustrated in my last call, the end of the day, you don't complain about things that happen in a hotel say early evening, yeah? But when past that time, when you go to bed, you expect the hotel to be of a quiet nature so you can have a good night's sleep. You just can't complain about something that you don't know is not going to happen. I had no idea that, people would be leaving and I'd have this problem with this door mechanism. It's something out of my control. I'm not clairvoyant. I can't see what's going to happen. If I could, I'd be very rich.
No, but I think the argument is that if the hotel are not aware of the noise that you are experiencing, then you're not giving them an opportunity to be able to try and resolve the matter at a time when they can actually do something about it.
Yeah, but how do you tell them about a noise that's going to happen at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning or through the night? You can't really say to them, do you know what? It's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the evening. It's pretty noisy. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but we do have guests coming and going. It's a hotel. Do you see what I mean? Don't get me wrong. If there was a problem with the extractor fan, great. Call them up, say, look, not happy, it's going on, it's a problem, and then change the hotel. And that would be good, because at that time, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, yes, you could pull your stuff to another room, everything could be fine, and you'd have hopefully a good night's sleep. But 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to walk down or complain, and they don't have phones in these rooms, by the way, to say, oh, by the way, there's a big banging noise. Because what are they going to do? Change my room at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning? And they could do, but that's just pointless. Half the night's gone. You're up in a couple of hours' time, 3 hours' time. It's just, yeah, fine. If that's their response, Jonathan, I appreciate you acting on my behalf.
I have to be honest. I was a bit surprised because, a big company...
Their reaction?
Well, yeah. Because a big company like Premier Inn, you are a regular customer of theirs and you do stay at that hotel. If it were me, if I were in charge, I would have just said to you, we're really sorry. In future, please let us know at the time and we will move you to another room, or we'll do something. But we are sorry that you had this bad experience. Here is something, some kind of gesture. Even if they'd said, look, exactly, even if they'd said, look, next time you book, because you're a regular customer and we're disappointed that you've had a bad night, next time you book, do let us know and we'll give you, 50% off your room. That would have been something. But I
would have appreciated that, yeah. Definitely.
But it would appear they don't want to offer you anything because they don't feel that the good night guarantee needs to honour anything here, because they say you complained about noise that was outside of their control at the golf course, but not about anything that was in their control, and therefore they would have had an opportunity to resolve the matter, but because you didn't tell them, they couldn't do anything about it.
Okay, that's brilliant. That's fine. I know where I'll be staying next time.
Unfortunately, that is again Premier Inn. That is the flip side to all of this. I mean, do you honestly expect Darren now to book to stay with you again, based on this particular experience? I mean...
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I have booked with them because I go down weekly. I need to book it because at the moment hotels are charging prices through the roof due to the easing of restrictions, you see. And so as a business person, I need to make sure I've got a hotel. Now, I did look at alternative hotels, of which I'm not going to name, and they were largely more expensive than the one you've named on the show today. But at the end of the day, I've booked it, but from the week after next week, I won't be booking that. I will pay the extra, whatever it costs, to make sure, because they're not standing up to their guarantee. There is no way for me to look into the future.
They say they are, and they say you didn't mitigate their, the loss by informing them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't inform them about something that's going to happen in the future. It's impossible. No one can. As I said to you before, there's no point me complaining about a flight when I haven't got on the plane and flown yet, because I haven't flown. I don't know what it's going to be like. And I don't know at 3 o'clock in the morning that there's going to be significant noises with this mechanism not working, of which I did take a short video of, and showing that it's going to cause noise and keep me awake. So, but anyway, I appreciate your time on that, Jonathan. I know it's good to...
as I say, it's not the way I would have dealt with it if I was, head of press at Premier Inn. I would not have dealt with it in this way, but there we go. This is the way they want to resolve it, and they're sorry that you had the bad night, but they're not going to do anything further. Okay. Thank you, Darren. Hugh is on the line. Hello, Hugh.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Hugh. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. Okay, well, it was 5 years ago, almost to the day, I purchased a new bed, and my wife and I went shopping, looking around, and one particular shop had a bit of a sale on. It wasn't a closing down sale, although the retailer did close down soon after that. We decided on a bed, and we went for sort of knowing that the prices can be anything from a few hundred to a few thousand. We went for the middle of the road, decided to spend a couple of £1,000 on something that was half decent. And
what size bed was it?
It was a king size.
King size, and you spent £2,000 on it?
That's right.
And that was for the mattress and the bed frame, or was it a divan?
Divan.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
It was the first time we ever had a bed that you didn't have to turn the mattress over in order for it to keep its shape and get a longer life out of it. This was a mattress that had a kind of a mattress topper or pillow topper sewn into the top of it, and the for caring for this mattress, you didn't turn it over, but you rotate it. In other words, you bring the feet side up to the head side and the head side down.
Yep.
And that's how you looked after it every few months, by turning it over. Now, we would do that on a regular basis every couple of months, and every couple of months when we went in to do the mattress, we sort of moved the bed a bit, done the sort of spring cleaning for the bedroom and hoovering and that sort of thing, and took no notice of what was actually going on underneath the mattress. But unfortunately, just a month ago, I had a very serious fall, and it ended up me having surgery and being in hospital for a month. And I've only got out last weekend, and in the leading up to getting out of hospital, it was suggested that I let the occupational therapy people in to make the house adopted for me. I had metal rods put down my leg, my hip and so on, and they came in to change the bed around to make it more viable for me getting in and out of the bed, and had to put a kind of a frame on the side of the bed that would assist me getting in and out of the bed, which meant taking the mattress out while they put this frame together. And my wife noticed that underneath the mattress was badly rusted. It seemed to be a mixture of rust and mould and so on and so forth. And knowing that the bed, there's a label on the bed to say that it's still under warranty and so on, I couldn't ring the manufacturer because I couldn't ring the retailer because they've gone out of business, and I rang the manufacturer.
What is the warranty on it then?
The warranty was 5 years, and the 5 years is probably just about coming up. What happened was, I rang the manufacturer and explained to them what happened. Well, I sort of got the cold shoulder from their after sales side. They said it was nothing to do with them. It's down, the manufacturer gave you the warranty, the retailer gave me the warranty, and it was down to the retailer. I told them the retailer no longer existed, and they were able to tell me that the bed must be much older than I'm claiming, because she was able to go back into the computer and say that that particular company, retail company, hadn't bought anything from them for 7 or 8 years or whatever. Well, I said I'd only bought it, and I still have the proof of purchase that the balance was paid on my May 2016 credit card. So she said that there was nothing they could do. She put it down to dampness in the bedroom, and the mould from body sweat would soak through the mattress, and that would cause this and that, and I wasn't happy. And I was thinking along the lines that I've heard you say many times, not only have you the guarantee, but you have this consumer rights.
Yes, unfortunately though, the Consumer Rights Act only protects you in terms of your contract with the retailer that sold you the product.
Right.
Now, if the retailer has gone out of business, and from the way you're telling the story, it sounds as if that's what's happened, then unfortunately your ability to take this any further with them under the Consumer Rights Act has disappeared.
Right, so if only the warranty then that I could fight it under, is that right?
Well, yes, although, again, the warranty is something that the manufacturer offers, but actually your contract is not with the manufacturer. Your contract is with the retailer. So again, I think it would be very difficult if the manufacturer has evidence to suggest that they do not need to honour that, because this is, I presume what they're alleging then is that you bought old stock from this company and that's why it was on sale.
Probably that may be the case. She did suggest, however, that if I wasn't happy with what she was telling me, I could take it with the Furniture Ombudsman, yes, which I did, only to be told that by the Furniture Ombudsman that this particular manufacturer were not registered with any scheme or anything that they have, so therefore they couldn't help.
Well, look, I mean, let me lay my cards on the table, Hugh. I am imagining, unfortunately, that you haven't really, you haven't got any rights here. However, let me call the manufacturer on your behalf and let me just see what they have to say about this. Let me just give them an opportunity to try and help you in some way.
Right.
But I think in terms of if the retailer has gone, the retailer is the only company that you've got a contract with.
Yes.
And therefore, and that's always the risk when you're buying anything from a shop, particularly a shop that's closing down. Just be aware of that. That's, one of the reasons why you might get a bargain is because your ability to take things any further, once the company is gone, will probably disappear out of the window. But
Yes.
look, let me go and have a word with the manufacturer on your behalf and just see if there is anything that they can do at all to help you, okay?
There was no suggestion from the retailer that they were closing down. There was no closing down sale. They had already closed their big store but opened up in a smaller capacity.
And are you sure they've gone?
They have definitely gone, yes.
Okay. Well, to be honest then, that is a by-the-by argument. Because if they've gone, the company you've got the contract with have gone as well. And unfortunately, It means that your ability to take matters any further has probably gone out the window. But look, as I say, I'll try what I can do with the manufacturer and we'll take it from there, okay? Hello, Sharon. Right, tell me your situation without naming any company names. I gather it's more just advice and a bit of a guide you're looking for from me.
That's all I'm looking for, to be honest. We've booked a package holiday, hopefully to Spain in December. 17th of December through to the 7th of January. Mm-hmm. And it's a full package. This is the company that they do the whole lot together. It's ATOL protected and all that, all separate sections. We've booked the flights and we've got to pay for the flights in 2 instalments. We've paid a £60 deposit and then we've got to pay another instalment next week. And then the remainder of the remainder of the flights will be paid on the 25th of June. We then don't have to pay for the holiday until 3 weeks prior to us leaving. The dilemma we have is, do we carry on paying and if everything goes belly up, will we lose our flight money? Will we lose the holiday? We're just not sure whether we should just cancel the holiday and lose the flight money, or do we just carry on and hope that Spain becomes onto the green list?
Sharon, you are the voice of the nation with that question, because so many of us are in exactly the same situation. I've got holidays. My holidays were all kind of transferred over from last year.
Yeah.
But, I'm in the same situation where the holiday company agreed to move the holiday, but I haven't paid the full balance yet.
No.
And there's still a balance to pay. And you're kind of thinking, well, do I or don't I? Okay, well, in terms of what's going to happen with the virus and with Spain by Christmas time when you're due to go, I have no idea.
No.
And I can't tell you.
It's
and I
a
think
crystal ball thing, isn't it, really?
It is really. I mean, you would like to think, in theory, by Christmas time, everything should be much better.
Yeah.
Because hopefully we will be pretty much entirely vaccinated in the UK.
Yeah.
And very importantly, you would like to think that the other European countries that are a bit slower than us in getting the vaccines rolled out, they will have caught up long before then. So they too will have a nice situation where the levels of the virus have disappeared substantially. So you would like to think, I'm certainly hoping that by Christmas time, everything is much more normal.
One other thing that we've also found out is I emailed the hotel to find out whether everything will be sort of up and running. And we had an email back from the company saying that they're planning to open over Christmas, but they can't guarantee it.
Yeah. Well, but to be
straightforward, they're not going to say no, we can't.
Well,
open.
no, I mean, I was going to say, in the same way that you and I cannot sit here and say for definite what's going to happen, neither can the people running that hotel. They're in the same situation, so everyone is kind of just sucking it and seeing, just to see what's going on. And I'm sure they would love to be open for as long as they possibly can be, because they need to make loads of money again.
Yes, absolutely.
So what are you looking for from me then? Do you just want to know whether you should carry on or cancel it now?
Do we carry on? We're obviously paying everything by credit card, because obviously you bang on and say don't pay anything other than credit card, because then you can claim everything back.
Yes, exactly. And as long as this is a proper package holiday...
Yes, it is, yes, properly. We've used them for years.
Yeah, so you're covered by the package holiday regulations, which mean that if in the event of the virus kicking off again in the winter time and the holiday company saying, well, there's no way we can allow people to start getting on planes and going off to Spain, you would like to think that the holiday company at that point, based on the legislation that will protect you as a consumer, will at that point give you an opportunity to either have a refund or carry the holiday over until next year.
So I think what we're probably going to do then is just carry on, and then obviously if it does go belly up, then obviously we can claim on through the company.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if you were talking about the holiday being next week, then maybe that's it's a bit more dicey, really. Yeah. You would like to think that by Christmas time, you would like to think that the virus will be much more under control, but no one can guarantee that. But the difference between this coming Christmas and last Christmas is that we've now got vaccines that work.
Yes.
We've now got vaccines that are being rolled out not only here but also in the country that you want to travel to.
Yes.
So you would like to think that by Christmas time, which gives us months and months and months, unless a variant comes along that can completely escape the vaccine, then everything should be much better. So if it were me, I mean, you've got to do what you feel is right.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate
that. But if it were me, I would take the risk and carry on with it on the basis that because it's a package holiday, if the company has to cancel the holiday because of the virus, you will be entitled to get your money back or transfer anyway.
That would be great. Thank you very much for your advice, Jonathan.
This is a classic example of why it is really important to book package holidays.
Yes.
Because if you had booked this holiday in individual components, so you booked your flights with an airline and booked the hotel directly or, through a booking agent or whoever it may be, then you wouldn't necessarily have the same rights at all. You certainly wouldn't have the package holiday regulations to cover you.
No.
So this is why booking a package gives you far more protection if the worst comes to worst. The other thing I would also say to you is, remember, in theory, if the holiday company or the airline changes one fundamental part of the holiday, that does also give you the right to cancel and have your money back.
Oh, right, okay.
So if, for example, the airline suddenly says, oh, actually, that flight that you're booked on is now changing to the day before, or 6 hours later, or whatever it may be, that would constitute a substantial change to the holiday, and at that point you would be entitled to have all of your money back and cancel it now.
Oh, right, okay. That's handy to know.
So it's just worth watching out. But I mean, fingers crossed, you'll be able to jet off and have a lovely holiday to Spain.
Yes, hope so.
Well, let's all hope so. All right, Sharon, I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all the best. Now to Barry, and I know a lot of you have been following Barry's case with great interest. He lives in a property. It's a terraced property. And somebody new moved in next door to him fairly recently. When this new person moved in, it quickly became apparent there was going to be a bit of an issue.
2 weeks after they moved in, a skip arrived on the driveway. A couple of days later, a load of doors inside the skip. It's on his land. A couple of days later, I've come home from shopping, and there's a van on the shared bit of driveway unloading other building materials into the skip. I couldn't park on my driveway because obviously the van's in the way. And then about a week later, I'm blocked again by another van unloading a load of rubbish out of the back of it. The plot thickens. The person who lives next door, who's renting next door, actually works for this building company who are putting all the rubbish into the skip. I take it that it's his boss who's ordered the skip, put it on the driveway to save paying for permits around the local area and filling up the vans, bringing them back and disposing of the rubbish inside the skip.
Well, Barry said that he got in contact with the local authority, but he didn't have any joy from them, which is why he came to me. Well, I went off to have a word initially with the man that runs the construction company, that employs the man who's moved in next door to Barry, and the company that throughout the day keeps using this skip left on that drive to dispose of waste from the back of their vehicles. Barry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Barry.
Hi, Jonathan.
As you will recall, the construction company, when I spoke to the man that runs the company, he didn't seem to see, first of all, that this was anything to do with him. He said, no, he said, if the skip's being used by people using my vans, I mean, they're self-employed, so this is nothing to do with my company. I said, well, it's very strange then that the vehicles that arrive all have your company name written on the side of it. It's very strange. I said, do you think I came down in the last shower? You know, I'm not... Listen, Barry, I'm a very patient person, but I will not have people treat me like a fool. And if you treat me like a fool, don't expect me to take it lying down. And that's exactly what I expressed to this man, at which point he started saying, oh, you're raising your voice at me. I said, I'm not raising my voice. I'm just saying I didn't come down in the last shower. The fact is your vehicles are arriving throughout the day to dump stuff out the back into this skip. It's very obvious that this has come from your company. I said, I'm now going to go off and have a word with Milton Keynes Council about this. He said, well, that's fine, because Milton Keynes Council, we work closely with them. And it sounded, from the way he said it, it sounded as if, well, because we do a lot of work with Milton Keynes Council, they won't mind what we're doing. So at that point, I went off to have a word with Milton Keynes Council. As you know, Milton Keynes Council said that they did not know of this company. They do not, they are not one of their contractors, and they were going to try and resolve the matter. And indeed, they contacted you, and you found them to be much more helpful, and they wanted to try and assist you with the problem, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
Which is great. However, that was kind of last week, and when we caught up again at the end of last week, and then indeed at the beginning of this week, things hadn't really happened. In fact, in some ways, things have got a bit worse, because on Friday, the skip next door was full. So the skip company came, collected the skip, and put a new one there. And you were saying that on Friday, you had more visits from more vehicles from this construction company dumping stuff into the skip. So I went back to Milton Keynes Council again and said, look, what's going on with all of this? I did in the meantime also contact the man at the construction company to find out what was going on. And this time he made a bit of a mistake, because this time he admitted to me that he was responsible for the waste that was going into the skips. And in fact, it wasn't, as he had suggested to me previously, self-employed people who happened to drive his vans that were putting their own waste in this skip. He admitted that it was indeed his company, but he also said that Milton Keynes Council don't have a problem with it. Well, I'm sorry, but Milton Keynes Council have to have a problem with it, because it's unacceptable to be dumping commercial waste on a residential driveway. Now, what is rather interesting, Barry, is that I also received telephone calls, and people wanted to very much stay anonymous yesterday, and I completely respect that. But I had phone calls from people who suggested that this drive next to yours is not the only one where skips have been placed, and indeed vehicles for this particular construction company turn up throughout the day and start offloading stuff from the back. So I went back again to Milton Keynes Council yesterday. I was also given some information that the construction company that I've been dealing with, and this is a company called K&S General Construction Limited, although they are not direct contractors for Milton Keynes Council, they are subcontractors for a company called Mears Group. And Mears Group do work for the council. Mears Group are their contractors that I gather provide a lot of construction and maintenance work for social housing in the Milton Keynes area. And I gather Mears are the ones that employ K&S General Construction. So we got to the bottom of it in a short space of time yesterday, Barry.
Okay.
Milton Keynes Council have said that they have raised this with their contractor, Mears. I also raised it with Mears yesterday afternoon, and I was very pleased to receive this response this morning from Mears Group plc. After looking into this, Mears were not aware that the skip was being used in this way. We have spoken to K&S and reminded them of their standards they need to keep to for waste management, and have asked that the skip be removed as soon as possible. We believe the earliest this can happen is this Thursday. We extend our apologies to Barry on behalf of our subcontractor, and will be ensuring that this does not happen again.
Okay.
So Barry, if they do what they say they have done, or they will be doing by this Thursday, I call that a result. Now, I was also informed yesterday that the other skip that has apparently for some time been left outside another property in the Milton Keynes area, that skip went yesterday. So I would hope that if this is indeed something that has occurred elsewhere in the Milton Keynes area, a stop will be put to it immediately, or certainly from this Thursday.
Yeah, that's okay. Sounds good, Jonathan. Yeah.
Companies need to know that this kind of thing is not acceptable, and it is Milton Keynes Council, as all of the councils know. I am like a dog with a bone when it comes to an issue like this. I'm not going to let it go. And I'm very pleased that at the moment we seem to have a promise that this is all going to be resolved. Until that skip has gone and we're confident it's not coming back, I will not be concluding this case. So the sooner it happens, the sooner I'll shut up about this particular problem. Barry, how are you feeling?
Delighted that there's some news that the skip's going at some point. That will make my life much better.
Good. And I would hope that Mears Group and their subcontractor, K&S General Construction Limited, I hope they're having a conversation as to the acceptable way of disposing of commercial waste generated through the running of their business. Putting it on a skip on someone's residential driveway and allowing vans to turn up throughout the day to offload out the back of it is not acceptable and will not be tolerated outside Barry's next door neighbour's drive or anyone else's drive in the Milton Keynes area or anywhere here in Beds, Herts and Bucks, for what it's worth. Barry, we will leave it there. I will catch up with you as soon as that skip has gone. I hope that will be before Thursday, but at the very latest it will be Thursday, and we'll take it from there, OK? Chris came to me. She was telling me her freezer was delivered, a brand new freezer, but it became clear very quickly it just didn't look right.
We looked at it, we thought, this really does not look right. And we'd seen that the front of the drawers was frosting up, and down by the side of the door, it was all getting frosty. And after the bank holiday, we phoned the retailer, and through their automatic system, it took us through to the manufacturer. We explained to the lady the problem we got, and she said, well, can you find the serial number? Well, first of all, we looked everywhere. We got cushions out, torches, magnifying glass. We couldn't see a number anywhere which corresponded to one that she told us began BS and then numbers. And then she said, well, can you take the top off the freezer? I said, sorry, no. She said, well, I'll get a gentleman arranged to come to see you, an engineer. The earliest he can come is the 13th of May.
Well, it's just all very frustrating because, as regular listeners to the programme will know, the Consumer Rights Act, that when you purchase something from a retailer in this country, gives you so much protection, states that for the first 30 days from the date of purchase, you are fully within your rights to reject goods if they are faulty, and there's absolutely no reason for you to have to start going through elongated conversations with manufacturers, trying to get serial numbers and this, that and the next thing. I mean, the simple fact is, Chris had an invoice and a receipt for the fridge freezer. It was very clear from the retailer that it had only just been delivered. If there was any problem with it, if it was faulty in any way, Chris is fully entitled to expect that that retailer will just organise for someone to collect it and to come and replace it or give her her money back. None of this, wasting time having to speak to manufacturers. Well, I got onto the retailer straight away and explained the situation and explained Chris's frustration. And to be fair, They very quickly got back in touch with Chris and have tried to get things sorted out. But what's the latest? Let's find out, because Chris is back on the JVS show. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Chris. I'm hoping that you're a much happier bunny now. What's the latest? What's going on?
Well, the freezer arrived on the Friday morning, as they promised.
Good.
And it was installed. And the lady from the chief executive's office from the retailer phoned me at 5 o'clock to make sure it had arrived. And she's given me her her work phone number and email address if I have any problems. Well, I'm very happy to say, and it's a squidgy squeeze, it's fantastic. It's working beautifully.
Great. So none of those issues, none of that. You haven't had to start getting your toolbox out and start dismantling the freezer in order to find some serial number somewhere. It's just a straightforward swap and you're a happy bunny.
Absolutely. And thank you to you and your team, because without you, I think would have just gone round in circles.
Well, I'm delighted it's all sorted out. We will thank the retailer very much indeed and give them the horn. Chris, if you have any other problems, you know where we are. Remember Les? Les was telling me he lives in a medium-sized bungalow with gas central heating. About a year ago, he was already paying quite a lot for his electricity, £166 a month. But recently, it's got much, much, much more expensive.
They've been taking ever-increasing amounts of money by direct debit, and they are now saying that I should be paying £2,154 per month. Now, I know the problem, the reason is that their meter is faulty.
Right.
I've had this confirmed by one of their engineers, but they just will not accept it and are coming up with all sorts of excuses.
Well, it was absolutely obvious that the meter was wrong. Either the meter was wrong or there was a very, very, very faulty electrical appliance somewhere in Leslie's house. I mean, one way or the other, it needed to be resolved. It's ridiculous. You have to pay... I don't even know if Her Majesty the Queen's electricity bill is £2,000 a month for heating all of her palaces. But certainly Leslie's bungalow shouldn't be costing that amount of money. And that's exactly what I went to explain to the electricity company and the gas company on his behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Les.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Les. It's E.ON. That's the company that you have a contract with. They came back and they said, we are aware of Les's concerns and are already working to resolve this matter. Our engineer has inspected the meter and confirmed that it is faulty. We'll be contacting Les to arrange a convenient appointment for a replacement meter to be installed. All charges on the account are already paused while we work to fully resolve this matter. This is an unusual situation which we're working to resolve as quickly as possible. Now, they said that in the meantime what they'd done is they'd switched off your direct debit so they wouldn't be taking any more money. And they also said that because you'd been a customer of theirs for some time, they have a lot of history with you in terms of looking at what your historic usage was, electricity-wise. So what they would then do is when your new meter had been installed, they would look at what you typically used to use and try and work out what a fair amount was they should have charged you for. And by my reckoning, they would then be admitting that you were quite a lot of money in credit. So they would hopefully then be making a payment to you. What's happened since we last spoke, Les?
Well, they fitted the new meter yesterday.
Great.
And
okay.
Looking at it, when you looked at the old meter, it was almost changing before your eyes, but this one, it hardly moves at all.
Right, as indeed it should. How long had you had the old meter for?
5 years.
Yes, it's strange, isn't it, that it would suddenly go from working perfectly to not working in such a crazy way. I mean, it seems bizarre because, I mean, I don't know very much about electricity meters, but one would imagine the modern ones haven't really got much in them that could go wrong.
No, that's right. It's a digital one, but yeah.
Well, I mean, back in the olden days, I remember I had a lovely electricity meter at my flat in St Albans. It was a really old-fashioned one where you could see this little disc kind of spinning round and round. Mm-hmm. And, if you put the oven on and went out and had a look at it, it would really spin and you could really see the electricity. And you could imagine with something like that, they've got components in them that could break And maybe that's why they went wrong. But in a digital one, I mean, what could possibly go wrong with it? Did the engineer speculate on what might have happened to the previous one?
He said that it is extremely rare, but if you get one that's got some sort of inbuilt fault, it will start doing strange things. So he can only assume that this is what's happened. It's not been perfect from the outset, but
right.
It was reading a reasonable amount, and then it just went mad.
Yes, it did quite literally go mad. So in terms of where we're at with money, when was the last time E.ON took a payment from you in direct debit form? Was that March?
March, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've had your April electricity without having to pay for that.
Yes, that's
and
right.
So far you've had your May electricity. Have they said to you when they are going to assess your usage now that they've got the new meter installed?
The last email I had from them said that once it is installed, they will monitor it. And I got the impression they were going to contact me once a week to give them a reading from it.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard anything yet, obviously, but if a week goes by, I'll let them know.
Okay, and for the last few months, before March time, how much have you been paying a month for your electricity?
Well, it went up to 166 on when was that? About March last year, and then and I paid that until November when it was 362. And it
£362 a month?
Yeah. And that was when I started to say to them, this can't be right. And then there was one payment of £659.
Hang on a second. So we got for the months, the £166.
Yeah.
Over the months that you paid, that comes to a total of £1,328. Then what did you say was another payment they took? 600 and...
The last payment was 659.
For 1 month's usage?
Yes.
That's absolutely crazy. 1987. Yes. And then what was the other amount? You said there was an amount of 300 odd?
There were, in November, December, January and February, it was 362.
Every month?
Yes.
How many months?
4. So that was while I was querying it with them, but they still kept taking it.
Well, look, I mean, I don't know what your actual usage is likely to be, but I've just worked that out roughly, and you've paid them since last March. You've paid £3,435.
Right. Yes.
Now, as I mentioned to you before, and I know some people have contacted me and said, "Oh, your electricity seems very cheap." Well, I pay £97 for gas and electricity a month.
Yes.
Now, I am on a good deal, but even so, I mean, if you take 97 for the gas and electricity, you're looking at about £1,164 per year.
Yes.
So if you've paid £3,435 just for the electricity, I mean, I suspect E.ON are going to owe you quite a lot of money back.
It looks like it then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you fancy a cruise around the world?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it would be nice. I'll be fascinated to know how much they do work out they owe you, because I think it's going to be quite a lot.
Yes.
Because even the £166 is a lot of money for electricity. Is there? There's just the two of you in the bungalow?
Yes, that's all. Yes.
Right, and apart from TV and bits of normal, but lights and bits and pieces like that, electricity-wise, you're not using a lot of electricity elsewhere?
No, not at all. No. I mean, the engineer did quote that some people, they put a hot tub in and they completely forget that has to heat the water and uses a lot of electricity.
Quite, but you haven't got anything like that?
But we've got nothing like that, no.
Right.
No.
Well, I think they're going to owe you quite a lot of money, but let's wait and see what they work it out to be. Right, well, I'm delighted you've got your new meter in. We will give them this. a bit of the horn. Can you please keep me posted and let me know what happens, Les, as soon as they get in touch with you and tell you what they think you do actually owe them?
Yeah, and thanks for what you've done.
It's an absolute pleasure. I'll talk to you very soon. Now, Peter came to me. He was telling me his son and his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter moved into a housing association property in December of last year. He says it's a terrific house, but there's an issue.
The fence needed replacing. It was falling down. And of course, over the Christmas period and that, we had some winds and rain and it blew the whole fence down. We called the housing association. They eventually sent a guy out. He okayed it and said, yeah, this definitely needs replacing. Well, we've had a letter or an email from the housing association saying it's not their responsibility and we've got to pay for it. When I spoke to them the other day, the lady was quite rude to me, just saying, check your terms and conditions. That's all she would say. But I did say to her, why should they be expected to buy a new fence when it was already in disrepair? And my worst concern is that she actually backs onto a train track, and I've got a little 2-year-old granddaughter, and I'd hate for her to fall down the bank and end up, against a metal fence near a train track. And also the next door neighbour, she has a friend round with a dirty great husky dog, and it bounds straight into their garden, and if my little girl's out there, it rolls all over the place.
Well, there is, I think, just something worth raising awareness of, and that's very often a bit of a surprise to people who are council tenants and have been historic council tenants. Very often, new tenancy agreements for social housing do make it very clear that maintenance and upkeep of properties, certainly a proportion of it anyway, will be the responsibility of whoever is living in the property. So don't just assume that because you're a social housing tenant that all of the maintenance is covered in the same way that it would have been years ago with one of the old council contracts. Peter's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Peter.
Hi, JVS.
Now, I think there may have been a bit of confusion over that issue because I think you are a council tenant yourself and have been for a long time, and therefore you are very used to having all of the maintenance on your property solely the responsibility of the local authority, yes?
Yes, totally.
So it would be a bit of a surprise if maintenance was actually down to down to your son and daughter-in-law.
It was a little bit of a, I always thought that the tenant had their rights to have their property sort of maintained and kept to everything. You're paying rates or rent. But that's obviously not the case.
Well, I think it's just worth having a look because it does vary, it does depend, and a lot of the more modern social housing tenancies, and I would imagine this is done with a view to keeping the costs low for everyone, do actually put a lot of the maintaining responsibility on the tenant themselves.
Yeah, they do. But
now, that said,
it was in disrepair,
Yeah, and that's exactly the argument I have put to the Housing Association on your behalf. And I also stress the fact that there seemed to have been quite a lot of confusion because your son and daughter-in-law had been told previously that, the fences would be replaced, and then the mind was changed, it would appear. Well, the Housing Association, they are sanctuary housing, and they've come back with this. While it is clear in our tenancy agreements that it is a tenant's responsibility to maintain dividing fences between properties, we acknowledge we may have caused confusion in this case and will therefore arrange for the damaged fence panels to be replaced. We are in contact with the family to agree a suitable date for this work to be done. So they're going to do the job, Peter. Have they been in touch with your son yet?
Yesterday, after the call from one of your team about lunchtime-ish to inform me that you wanted to speak to me today, there was a flurry of emails from 3 separate women from the Housing Association who were very disjointed. They'd been told to get it sorted, and they didn't like the idea because they'd sent 3 emails.
Well, hang on a second. Let's just bear in mind they are agreeing to cover all of this. So let's just be.
No, that's what I'm saying. And then all of a sudden, just after that, we got a phone call from an outside contractor saying, "I'll be round today."
Oh, great!
So it's a little bit confusing, but brilliant result.
So they're going to do it. And are they there today?
Well, they said they're going to come today and just make a record of what they need material-wise.
Okay.
And they said they promised to get it sorted by the 5th of July, which is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so she can have her party in their garden.
Brilliant. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. Well, I've got a fairly new dishwasher which I bought in October. So I've been happily using it, and then one day I put some salt in the salt dispenser, and then when I looked, I couldn't find the cat. No, I don't know what's happened to it, Jonathan. I've searched everywhere in the house and the dustbins about 3 times. Anyway, so then I rang the company, and the person said yes, I'd have to pay, which I'm fine with. But then he said he couldn't find a price, so he said he'd ring me back, but he didn't. So then I rang again, and the person then ordered it. Then it hadn't come, so then I rang back, and then it was still in pending, so she cancelled that order and reordered it, and it should come soon. Then it didn't, so then I re-rang back, and then they told me it was out of stock. And then when I asked when it would be back in stock, the phone went dead. So then I rang again, and then I was told that I had to ring a different number. I'd got the wrong number. And then the person said, would I like to have purchase some water softener for the machine? No, I don't think so. And then I've been emailing the company, but they aren't very, very helpful.
But hang on a second. I mean, let's just take a slight step back. Because let's just take a slight step back, because I don't know how you could lose the cap for your salt for the dishwasher.
Well, I don't know either, Jonathan, to be honest. I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, I did search all through my rubbish and bins and things, but my kitchen only small, and I've searched it and I can't find it. I know that.
Are you sure it's not kind of at the bottom of the dishwasher? It's not.
No, I've rechecked everything about, keep checking it, and I think hoping it would appear again, and it hasn't. So
but surely, because I do this as well. Obviously, I have to put salt in my dishwasher. Yeah. Surely you undo the cap. You could put the cap on the side. You put the salt in, and then you put the cap back on.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's happening. It is a bit of a mystery, really, but I don't know, because that's what I normally do: fill it up with salt, put the cap back on, and then that's it. So and I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, and I'm really happy to pay for a new cap.
Yeah.
Okay,
so let me just... Okay, so let's assume then it is lost and you've accidentally thrown it away or something like that. So you do need to get the cap, because you need to have a cap on that salt dispenser. Yes. In terms of who you've been speaking to, ideally what you want to be doing is going to the manufacturer of the dishwasher. So what make is the manufacturer, is the dishwasher?
It's a Whirlpool, and that is Hot Point.
Hot Point Whirlpool.
Yeah,
so have you So you've been contacting them, and you've explained the situation. You've told them the model number, and can you have a new cap for the dishwasher salt?
Yeah. Yes.
But they haven't been able to provide you with one.
No, but because when I did ask about it, and he said it was out of stock. And then he hung. Well, I don't know what happened, but the phone went dead, because how long I've got to wait for it to come.
Yes. And have you got the model number there?
Bear with me.
Okay, if you have, let me just have a little look and see if I can.
The trouble is, Jonathan, I've got lots of numbers here.
Okay, well, I just need the model.
The model.
I mean, hopefully they've all got the same cap, Whirlpool dishwashers, but
right.
And is it it's the cap for the salt that goes in to soften the water? Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Right. Because there are all kinds of companies here, spares companies, that sell them.
I have had a look at them, and I did. And then one of them, they did say no, they hadn't got any in stock. And so I have had a look online, and I can't find any. This is the other thing. I have looked, because I'm happy, I don't mind as long as I can get a new cap.
Yes.
I mean...
Have you tried going to the company that you bought the dishwasher from to see if they can help you?
Because it's sort of like a funny one, isn't it? Because it's not that it's broken or damaged or anything. It's sort of my sort of part that played in that. But
yeah, but I just wonder if the retailer might be able to hurry up and get one for you quicker than you going directly to the manufacturer. I mean, I think that might be worth trying. Have you got the model there?
Right. Well, I've got it's a slimline dishwasher. It's a 10-place setting, and I've got so many numbers here. Right. I've got WS.
Sorry. WS for sugar.
Yes. FE.
F for Freddy. E for Echo. Yeah.
Yeah. 2B19.
2B19.
X UK. That's one number, and then I've got here. Hang on a minute. Let me find these numbers.
Well, don't worry. That's the model. The one you've just given is the model. Well, I don't know. I mean, I wonder. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I have lots of people who listen to my programme,
right?
Who are, for example, domestic appliance engineers, who might know exactly where you could get one of those caps nice and quickly.
That would be perfect. I'm wonderful. I mean, as I say, I'm really happy to pay for it because I know it's sort of part of my, mishap, really.
Yeah. We're getting some suggestions that you can get. There's a company called eSpares that sell all kinds of. I'm just looking here. There's every single cap you could ever think of for every single dishwasher seems to be sold there, and I'm sure there are other companies out there that do the same kind of thing.
I can have another look. I mean, I did look on the internet, and I put that serial number in, and it didn't really come up with much at all. And then the trouble is that the caps that you could see look different, so it's very difficult, isn't it, to see? But,
okay. Yeah. Well, look, you need this because I presume in the meantime you can't use your dishwasher.
No, I just have to do it by hand.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, you can't be running a dishwasher without that cap on.
No, you can't. It wouldn't be under warranty anymore. That's the trouble.
Well, quite. But fancy throwing that away, Jean. Of all the things you could throw away.
Know.
Honestly. Oh, well, there we go. Well, look, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to see if my listeners know of anywhere else you can get one. So this is a replacement salt cap for a Whirlpool slimline dishwasher. Where's the quickest place you can get one from? If you know, give me a call. It will be very useful for Jean. Right, Jean, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll see what people suggest and we'll get in touch. Okay. Hannah came to me last week. She was telling me something rather dramatic happened to her boiler.
I got home after dropping the children off at school. I was with my dad at the time, and all of a sudden we heard this horrendous noise. It almost sounded like a wall was being knocked down somewhere. I actually ran upstairs and looked in the boiler cupboard, and our boiler was shaking to the point where it was making the whole house shake. I actually thought it was ready to explode. Switched it off at the mains, and within seconds, water's just gushing out of the cupboard, all over the landing. So I've come back downstairs, and there's water coming through the ceiling, coming through the light fittings. So we turned the waters off, the electric went off as well. We had this boiler fitted last November through like a government home help scheme by a local company. So I tried calling them to see if they can help. No one was answering the phone. So I've actually called the manufacturers of the boiler, and they said, well, we can get an engineer out to you to look at it, but it won't be until Monday. I said, well, that's 5 days away. I've got 3 young children here. I've got no water, no hot water, no electric, no heating.
Well, it was very frustrating. So I promised Hannah that I would do what I could to try and apply as much pressure to the installer and also the manufacturer to try and get this sorted out. And that's exactly what I did straight after the programme last week. Well, Hannah's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Hannah.
Hello, Jonathan.
The installation company, they came back and said, when Hannah called the office to advise us of the problem with her boiler, our customer service team advised her to contact the manufacturer. The boiler comes with a 5-year manufacturer's warranty, and therefore the manufacturer is responsible for repairing the internal defect. My understanding is that Hannah has arranged a visit from the manufacturer at their earliest convenience. Well, OK, all of that may be true, but at that stage, as far as I'm concerned, they don't actually know that it was an internal problem with the boiler.
Yeah, that's right.
And I was a bit surprised that the installer hadn't raced to come round to check, just to make sure, on the off chance, just to make sure it wasn't anything to do with their installation. Well, they went on in their response to say, in parallel, the issue was logged onto our complaint system, and one of our managers has now followed up with Hannah, and we've arranged to personally visit the property tomorrow morning. We feel we have dealt with this issue efficiently and effectively. Well, I would agree, although it wasn't until I'd contacted them that they ever offered to come round and have a look. Now, when they did come around and have a look, they said to you, we don't think there's a problem with the installation. We think the installation looks absolutely fine. Yeah. The slightly peculiar thing was, they also said, we can't see what the problem is. Because when they came round and tried to fire the boiler up, it all worked perfectly, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
That's called Sod's Law. It's rather like when you take your car into a garage and it's been making the most terrible noise, and the minute the mechanic has a look at it, it suddenly purrs and it doesn't make the noise at all. However, the manufacturer was due to come round the following day. This was going back last week. It was on Friday, wasn't it? They were due to come round.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
What happened when the manufacturer turned up then? Did they manage to find out what the problem had been?
They couldn't find the fault either. They said there's nothing wrong with the boiler. There's no fault with the boiler their end. What they did actually say was there should have been a part fitted, because we're connected to a water meter. There should have been a part fitted when they installed the boiler. That wasn't done, unfortunately. It's not the cause of the problem, but it would have stopped that happening. So they're actually going to write a report back to the installers and tell them that needs to be fitted to prevent it happening again.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So the installation hadn't been done quite properly?
No. I did ask why something like that hadn't been done, and he said, I don't know. He said they do know to do it. So we're not sure why they don't do it.
OK. Well, I would hope that the installer will come back and do that.
Yeah, hopefully.
But I'm still a bit perplexed as to... I mean, the problem with the boiler, from the description you gave me, was so dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, there must have been something wrong with it.
Yeah, I know. The manufacturer, the gentleman that come out on their behalf, he said, because he wasn't the first one to see it, he doesn't know, he can't really say what's gone wrong with it, even with the installation. He doesn't really know. Yeah. So he said that his guess is that, maybe a valve was left open or something like that, which has caused like a pressure build-up, and then that's what's happened. But apart from that, nobody's in the wiser, unfortunately.
So what have they said with you going forward? Because, I mean, it's going to take a bit of time, I would have thought, until you're reassured that it's not going to happen again. But in the meantime, if it does happen again, have they given you a number to call, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I can call them again. They're obviously more than happy to help if anything should happen, and they'll get round here ASAP, knowing what's already happened. And I'm just trying to be extra vigilant with it. I'm not leaving the heating on or anything like that when I go out, making sure everything's turned off. And so far, so good. We had heating and hot water over the weekend. So it all seems to be working fine. No problems in that respect. No funny noises or anything like that. So, yeah, that's all I can do at the moment.
Well,
just wait and see, really.
Sometimes boilers can go a bit funny. I remember, I think it was the year before last, my boiler suddenly stopped working properly. It was giving heating, but it wouldn't heat the water up, and it was very odd. Right. And when I opened the front of it, it came up with an error code, and I thought, well, that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
So I turned the whole thing off at the mains, and then left it for a few minutes and then turned it back on again. And that boiler has worked absolutely perfectly without a problem ever since. And I have no idea what caused that problem, but it's been absolutely fine ever since. So sometimes I guess boilers can go wrong, but it just, your particular problem sounded so dramatic that you'd imagine a fundamental part of it had broken. I guess we're going to have to just wait and see then.
Yeah, unfortunately. Just hope
Sounds
it doesn't
like
happen
it.
again. But
Can you please let me know as soon as the installer agrees to come back and fit that other part? And if there's any kind of question mark over that, I'm more than happy to go and chase them up on that front.
oh, thank you. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I'll let you know as soon as I hear from them.
And obviously, if you do have any other problems with it, you come straight back to me.
Hi there.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do indeed. Thank you. Yeah, of course. So I decided to remortgage in 2020. It's something that I'd obviously been considering doing for a couple of years, but I'm a single parent, one income, so I kept putting it off. But I decided with the children getting older that we needed the additional room. Being a boy and a girl, they needed an element of privacy. I previously used a company who had done some landscaping work for me. They're a local firm who I'd originally found on a social media site, and they'd advised me that they also dealt in property maintenance, which included alterations and extensions. So,
Right, can I just... Sorry to interrupt you. Can I just say there are some massive alarm bells ringing for me at this stage? What the hell does a landscaping company know about extending houses and vice versa? You know, I'm not suggesting that it can't happen, but if you're a landscaper, that's one particular set of skills.
Yeah.
Extending a house involves probably quite a different set of skills.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think that would be a bit of an alarm for me that this landscaping company said they could do your house extension.
I'd never had an extension before. I probably didn't investigate as much as I should have. And yeah, unfortunately, I kind of believed in this person or the company and that they were going to offer me the expertise and experience that they suggested they had to get the work done. They requested upfront payment before the work started of £3,890 for the internal alterations to commence.
And was it, just talk me through what the extension actually involved. I mean, was this something that required planning permission?
Yeah, so there was some internal alterations, which were turning of the stairs and a bathroom being boarded out and put in upstairs, and a single-storey extension, which required planning permission for the back of the property.
Right, and who organised the planning permission?
So that was done through a architect.
And who found the architect, you or the builder?
That was myself, yeah.
Okay. And did the builder talk to you at all about who was going to do the work for you?
As in the...
Well, did the architect talk through, you know, who was going to be taking on this project? Because it sounds, if you're having a staircase moved around, I mean, this is quite specialist building work, isn't it? So I just wondered if the architect had kind of raised any concerns over who was going to do the job for you.
The architect is aware of the building firm also.
In a positive way or not?
I don't believe in a negative way.
Okay.
It's certainly, you know, the architect was very professional and remained, you know, kind of without criticism of...
Okay. So but the architect knew of this building company before he designed the extension?
Yes. Yeah.
And at no point did he say, look, I've got to be honest with you, I think this job is a little bit beyond what this particular landscaping company would normally do. At no point did he warn you? Or
No.
Right. Okay, fine. So you had to pay £3,890 up front.
Yeah, yeah.
When the work began. What was that for? Supplies?
Yeah, so I questioned that, and I was advised by the firm that it was normal. So assuming it was for supplies, I hadn't been given the detail behind what that money was going towards. But they obviously then started on the internal alterations, i.e. taking the original staircase out, turning the stairs, putting the original staircase back in the other way, until then the new staircase was available to be delivered and put up.
Right.
We were at that stage waiting for planning consent of the single-storey extension. That was then granted in kind of October, end of October. I then got asked for another upfront payment of £16,840.
What was going to be the total cost for the job?
The total cost for the job was £47,000.
Okay, so they then asked you for another £16,000.
Yes, yeah. That was before any works had taken place externally.
Was there no payment schedule agreed in writing between you and the builder beforehand?
I'd been advised that it would be given to me prior to the building commencing, but it was never issued until a later date, and that was just before the third payment was made in November. Right. I didn't actually get the payment schedule until that point, so those two payments had then already been made, and the third payment was requested after the brick and block work was up. That was actually put up quite quickly during terrible weather on the 14th and 15th of November. And as soon as that had been done, I was asked for a further payment of £5,640.
Right. Okay, so the work, it sounds as if there was work taking place. Yes. And it sounds as if there were conversations along the way with you in terms of what you needed to pay. Were you happy with the way the work was all proceeding?
There was certainly some difficulties at that stage. It became a little bit toxic in any questions that I was asking with regards to the work being carried out. I didn't feel that I was getting the answers that I wanted. I felt like I was being, told off for asking any questions of the work that was being carried out. But more the concern came that the following day after the brick and block work was done, when my neighbour popped his head over the fence to advise me that the building firm had fundamentally and negligently dug the foundations on the neighbouring property, therefore in the wrong place, and that they'd actually built the brickwork partially on a section of the neighbouring land, which doesn't obviously belong to me.
Right. Well, it's a fairly fundamental mistake to have made. How long did it take for the neighbour to realise that?
The neighbour, so as I say, the block and brickwork had gone up on the 14th and 15th of November, and it was then the following day that he popped his head over. But because the brick and block work went up very quickly over a weekend in wet weather, and it was obviously November, it was getting dark earlier. By the time the brickwork was at the top, it wasn't until the next morning I'd gone out to have a look at it, and the neighbour had popped his head over the fence to say that they're on my land.
Right. Okay. So what's happened since then? And where are we now with this?
So we tried to. I had become emotionally distressed at this stage. I'd actually got my brother and brother-in-law involved to try and communicate as representatives on my behalf, because it had become toxic. And we had then tried to have a look at transferring the land so that we could continue with the build, etc. Unfortunately, that didn't come about, but then partial works were carried out to the roof of the extension.
Well, hang on a second. Wouldn't it have made much more sense just for the builder to tear down what he'd done and to move his foundations over and to do it properly?
He wasn't prepared to do that because it would have been an additional cost.
Well, tough. It's his mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, so why should everyone else have to dance to his tune and start having to try and purchase the land from next door to accommodate his I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yes, and that's where it all became very stressful and emotionally draining. It's been a horrendous time. It has been horrendous. I did get my brother and brother-in-law involved to try and support me, and the decision was made at that point that, due to the negligence, the toxic environment, and obviously then the breach of contract, that I was left with no choice but to terminate. I couldn't continue working with someone that wasn't prepared to work with me.
Right. So how was the termination of the contract negotiated, and what were the terms of it?
I sought advice as to which route I should take. At that point, I was advised to we put it in writing, the termination of the contract, and that we would therefore then be looking to instruct 3 independent builders to advise or establish if there had been any overpayment for the work that had been carried out and where we were at that stage.
Yeah.
I took that advice and instructed 3 independent builders, who came back to me with an average of £18,703 overpayment that had been made by myself to the building firm.
Had you gone through the process? I mean, when you were originally doing this, did you go through all the due diligence of getting, 3 quotes in from different builders that were all recommended and things like that? So you had an idea, a fair price for how much the job should cost?
No. Again, I made the mistake, and it's been a very expensive lesson in trusting in this building firm. And as I say, a very expensive mistake off the back of that.
Right. So when you then went back to the original builder and said,
yes,
right, I've now been advised that I have overpaid you for the work that you have done and the work that is now necessary to put it all right, to the tune of £18,000, what has he had to say?
Nothing at all. I've not heard a single word from him. The letter was posted through the door advising of the overpayment. He responded asking for the details of those of the 3 independent builders and those quotes. The information was shared not of the independent builders, but as to regards to the costs that they issued individually. And I've not heard a word from him since.
Okay. Now, do you have, as part of your home insurance, do you have legal cover?
I don't believe so, no.
There's so much going wrong with this story. It's just one thing after another that's gone wrong.
It really has been.
Okay. Is the building company still in business?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when was the last time you had any contact with this builder at all?
In the beginning of December.
So over 5 months ago?
Yeah. I've been left living in a building site for the last 5 months. Nothing has been completed. The work is, still, it was left as it was. I've got holes in the walls. I've got external, my daughter's health has suffered because of allergies where we've had the cold coming in.
And how much money have you still got left in the pot from that remortgaging in order to finish this job?
Not enough. I've had to accept help from my family, who have been amazing and who are currently financially supporting me.
Okay. Well, I need to go and have a word with this building company. Unfortunately, and I'm so sorry to have to say this because this just rubs salt in, I'm sure, an already very sore wound. Pretty much everything has been done wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
The first thing is first, someone who's done some landscaping for you in your garden, they may well have done a wonderful job. That does not mean that they are qualified enough as a builder to do a complex home extension, including building a single-storey extension, turning a staircase round, and doing everything else like that. They might be qualified. I'm aware there are some builders who also will do landscaping jobs. But you really need to be checking out to make sure to have a look at some of the most recent work that they've done along those lines, making sure they do indeed know what they're doing. You need to be speaking to previous customers. You need to be looking at reviews written by these companies. You need to be getting different quotes. You need to be getting an idea of what should be done, how much it's going to cost you. You need to make sure everything is set out in writing with a very clear payment plan that is outlined at various points in the job, and the job does not start until both parties have seen that paperwork. And just as an aside, going forward, you need to make sure, Lindsay, that you've got legal cover with your home insurance. Yeah. When you take out a home insurance policy, I'm well aware. I mean, we're all in the same situation. You know, it's a bill, isn't it, of hundreds of pounds normally for your home insurance that most of us, thank goodness, on a yearly basis don't have to use. So it feels as if you're just throwing away money. So when the company then says, oh, for another £25, have legal cover, I fully understand so many people, they think, oh, well, it's already cost me hundreds. You know, I won't have the legal cover. I'll keep my costs down. That's a very expensive mistake so many times. Legal cover with home insurance is very, very useful in terms of dealing with disputes with companies, whether it be to do with your house or to do with other things. You know, you're protected for a lot of consumer items. You will receive, for example, assistance with employment law through your home insurance legal cover as well. It really is a very comprehensive, as long as you're taking it out with a good company, of course, it's a very good comprehensive legal backup cover to have, and it's worth doing. And if you had that legal cover, at this stage, I would be saying to you, do you know what? Put it in the hands of the lawyers and let them fight this building company to sort this all out. And you would be covered for that, probably. But as it is, you know, if this does indeed go to court, it's going to be something you're going to have to finance yourself.
Yes, I know.
Oh dear,
and that's
oh dear.
Where I'm in a position that I can't afford to do that. You know, at this stage, my priority is now obviously getting the works completed so that we can live in a home rather than a building site.
Do you know how much it's going to cost in total to finish the job?
Yes, I've had my family have supported financially. They have found a reputable builder, and we have now done and taken the correct route of making sure that they are a reputable builder. We've had previous jobs that they've done, you know, clarified work that's been carried out, and they've got all insurances in place, etc.
So how much have they charged you, and how much will they charge you to finish the job?
So it's a further £35,000 to finish the job and rectify, obviously, the issues. And
what's the total you paid the first building company?
The total that I've paid the first building company was £33,270.
Oh, right. And that's an overpayment based on the other builders that you spoke to of about £18,000.
£18,700, yeah.
So that's what you're looking for back?
That's what I'm looking for back. I just feel that it's morally right for that overpayment to be returned to me, so at least I can, if nothing else, repay my family, you know, and allow myself and my children to live in a home that we wanted.
Right. Okay. Well, listen, I will go and have a word with this builder. I will try and find out what's going on. In fact, I'm not going to have a word with the builder. I'm going to have a word with this landscaper, because because that's what they are. So let me go and have a word with this landscaper and find out what they have to say for themselves. Just as an aside, have you done any research on this company subsequently, and have you come across anything that has concerned you?
Nothing more than what was concerning me at the time, and that there's no insurance cover, etc.
What? There's no public liability insurance?
They only public liability. That's the only insurance that they have.
Okay. But in terms of their reputation online and on review sites and all that kind of stuff, it's all positive, is it?
Online, yes. People that have spoken to me who have obviously been aware of the building work that's gone on, and since the contract has been terminated, I've had a lot of
communication from other people who have not had great experiences with the landscaper, because it hasn't been building work that he's carried out.
Well, I'm just interested to know how valuable their reputation will be to them. And how much of an incentive that will be to resolve this matter. Let's see what we can do. Lindsay, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I will call this builder for you this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Now, Jean came to me yesterday, in fact. She was telling me she's got a big problem after losing something relatively small.
I've got a fairly new dishwasher which I bought in October. One day I put some salt in the salt dispenser, and then when I looked, I couldn't find the cap. No, I don't know what's happened to it, Jonathan. I've searched everywhere in the house and the dustbins about 3 times. Anyway, I rang the company and the person said, yes, I'd have to pay, which I'm fine with. But then he said he couldn't find a price, so he said he'd ring me back, but he didn't. They told me it was out of stock. And then when I asked when it would be back in stock, the phone went dead.
Well, Jean has had a very frustrating experience. I'll tell you what I find frustrating. I have a feeling that cap is going to turn up somewhere. I mean, I don't quite know how you can lose a cap on a dishwasher salt dispenser. Mind you, neither does Jean. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jean.
Hello, John. Hello there. How are you?
Jean, you are going to find that cap. And it's going to really annoy you, because one day you're going to look in a drawer or something like that in the kitchen. You'll say, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's that cap that I was looking for all that time. It's got to be. Yeah. It's got to be somewhere. Salt dispenser caps don't just disappear, Jean.
No. I know that. It's probably, I don't know. It's perhaps. Oh, I can't go to the door. Someone's knocking on the door. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you need to go to the door?
No. It's okay. No.
Okay.
Carry on. Yeah.
Now, you obviously were really struggling to get hold of a replacement cap. And to be honest, having come off air and looked into the company that you'd been communicating with, I'm not quite sure why you seemed to at one point be communicating with an insurance company for a replacement cap. I'm not quite sure what it's got to do with them. But I got straight in touch with the manufacturer of your dishwasher yesterday afternoon and explained the situation. You all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Yeah. Sorry, I've just got... Carry on.
Oh, I thought you might be receiving a delivery, is it?
Yes.
Yes, I thought it might.
I think it might be the cap, actually.
Well, you see, now this is... Now, you see, because when I contacted the manufacturer yesterday and explained the situation... The manufacturer, which is Whirlpool, came straight back very quickly. They said, we have now sorted this for Jean. We have sent her out a new cap via priority delivery.
Yes, and that was it then. How good is that?
A live arrival on the programme of your... Have you taken it out of the wrapper?
No, I don't do that. I'll do it in a minute, shall I?
No, do it now. I want to know that it's the right one. Please.
Let me just have a look.
Come on, get it out of the envelope.
Success there.
It fits! Yeah! Oh, Jean.
I'm going to be doing so much washing up now in the dishwasher.
Are you? Well, there we go. Now, Jean, do not lose it.
I'm not going to lose it.
When you put more salt in your dishwasher... Put the cap nicely on the side, and the minute you've finished putting the salt in, put the cap straight back on. Do not risk chucking it away or anything else, will you?
No, I won't. I'll put it somewhere safe.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay. How long had you been...
Very much.
Well, it's a pleasure. How long had you been trying to get this cap?
About 6 weeks.
Oh, Jean.
Yeah.
Right, well, next time you lose something, come to me a bit sooner, won't you?
I will. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. We will thank Whirlpool very much indeed for getting the replacement cap out. Job done. Now, Desiree purchased some tickets for her son to see one of his favourite artists when he was living in Portland, America. But then coronavirus happened.
Everything closed down, including where my son was working.
So he could still work from home because the place he works for was still working, but online. And they said to him if he wanted to go home and work online, he could. He came home to live here with us. So we didn't really think too much about the tickets. And then we got an email on the 19th of March to say that it had been postponed, but the tickets were still valid and they would be honoured when there would be a reschedule. Then we got an email to say that a credit had been issued, and he was told that the store credit had to be used by the 30th of April 21. They gave him the code then because he hadn't been given a code. We hadn't been given any information or anything. So he attempted to use the code on the 26th of April, and it come up that it had expired, and that's it.
Well, it's very frustrating. Desiree came to me and said, look, Jonathan, I've tried everything. I've ordered the tickets from a company in America. I've tried everything. You're my last hope. If you can't get anything sorted, I'm going to have to draw a line under it and move on. So I said to Desiree, well, look, I can't give you any guarantees, but I will do my very best, and let's see what happens. Desiree's back on the JVS show. Hello, Desiree.
Hello, Jonathan.
Desiree, I have done my very best, but I'm afraid it hasn't worked.
Oh, bless. Don't worry.
Because, and let me just explain, the company that you've purchased these tickets from is a company called, and I want to just have this, they are ticketsonsale.com.
That's right, yeah.
Now, they seem to be an American-based ticket company, and I have tried every way I possibly can to contact that company and to make them aware of the problem. And it seems as if their system is set up in every direction to send you away, you know, with your tail between your legs. For example, when you try an email, you go through all of you have to fill in a box online in order to send the email to them. And then what happens is you get a confirmation come back and it says the email address that you've put in doesn't mean anything to us, or the phone number or your name or whoever you are, it doesn't mean anything to us. You are not our customer. Therefore, we will not communicate with you. Yeah. So, and I've tried getting a telephone number for them. I've tried absolutely everything. I just cannot contact them. Their Twitter account doesn't work. They don't seem to be on Twitter, so I can't even contact them that way. I just can't speak to them in order to have a conversation to try and resolve the problem with you.
I'm not surprised, actually, because my son that's what it was going with him. He did actually manage at one point to get like, you know, when you have one of these online sort of conversations.
The chats, yes, which only they will only allow the chats to happen, a live chat, during the time when they are open as an American company and only with their customers, not with any third parties.
Right, yeah, because he was actually being me, if you like, because it was online, because he had access to my email. So, and he was working, still is working, Portland hours. So he was up at the times when they would be open, so he could have that. But he thinks that they've actually changed names, or they've changed to a different company or something now. And so they and all their, what you said about the Twitter account and everything, that's all been taken down. A Facebook page has been taken down for that company, and there's no kind of link now that you can sort of get anywhere. Well, so I'm not surprised, but I do appreciate that you tried.
I'm just so sorry, because if I'd been able to have a conversation, and look, I want to make it very clear, if ticketsonsale.com, if they hear this broadcast and they would like to correct the situation that is currently occurring, then I'd be very happy to communicate with them. All they need to do is send me an email to jvsshow@bbc.co.uk, get the line of communication going, and we can have a grown-up conversation about the fact that Desiree, in good faith, has paid for tickets for her son to go to a performance that couldn't occur through no fault of his own because of COVID, and they appear on the face of it to have lost all the money and lost any ability to rebook anything else, which doesn't seem very fair.
I mean, I wasn't even looking for the money back. All I hoped was to be able to extend the credit so that when he's back in Portland, all right, it wouldn't be the person he wanted to see, because I don't think he's rescheduled to play there, but he might have been able to see something else. So I've got to go and get him something else now. Plus, I lost me money. But
how would you paid for the tickets?
I paid for them with my credit card.
And what did because there was an issue, wasn't there? Your credit card company said there was an issue.
They said that I have to go through all the terms and conditions to find out, what the... But I've gone through their terms and conditions, and I've got correspondence from that company saying, we will honour your tickets when it was all cancelled due to coronavirus. So I can't.
Do you know what I thought? Do you know
the money?
I think it's worth going back to the credit card company and saying to the credit card company, booked these tickets in good faith. We've got written evidence that the tickets could not go, that the concert couldn't go ahead. Yeah. We've also got written evidence that the company are saying that they're not going to do anything more. My contract is jointly with you as the credit card company. The ticket company I cannot communicate with now. They're not responding at all to communication. Therefore, I put it to you as the credit card company that is jointly liable with ticketsonsale.com that I want my money back.
Yeah. I'll give that a go. Yeah,
I really feel it's worth another try with your credit card company because, at the moment, it seems like you've lost the money, and that seems wholly unfair. And if this was a British company, I promise you, I wouldn't let it go.
Yeah.
The problem that I have is when we're dealing with a company in America that don't seem to make it very easy to communicate with and certainly they're not making it easy for me to communicate with. And every time I've tried to get through to them, there is some obstacle that crops up where they say, we're not prepared to talk to you.
Yeah.
And the only way it would appear I could get to speak to them would be to pretend I was your son. Well, I can't do that. Because that's then lying and it's misleading them. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I'm your son. Yeah. And even then, I don't know if I'd get through. I just want to be able to say, I'm a consumer journalist working for the BBC. I'm investigating the complaint. I'd like to have a conversation with you. Who can I talk to? It's a perfectly reasonable, business-like approach. And I don't understand why this company doesn't seem to allow any opportunity to do that.
Well, they said the credit was, I haven't got the dates on me at the moment, but they said that the credit was valid up until, I think they said the 30th of April. And like I said, when I first spoke to you, when he went, because they didn't send the code straight away, he had to, fight to get the code. Then when he did get the code and then try and book something, because there was something he thought, I'll book for that, it said it had run out. So it actually, the credit ran, in their world, the credit ran out before the date that we'd actually been given. And that doesn't seem fair. But like you said, you can't get hold of anyone, so it's just one of them things, really.
Well, as I say, and I want to conclude this conversation by just making it very, very clear, ticketsonsale.com, if you get to hear about this, please make contact with me. My email address is jvsshow@bbc.co.uk. I want to talk to you about Desiree. I want to talk to you about the fact that she's paid you money. I want to talk to you about the fact that her son wasn't able to go to the concert that she'd booked tickets through your company to see because of COVID. And it would appear at the moment Desiree's out of pocket and nobody seems to want to know. And it's very frustrating. And ticketsonsale.com, if you would like to have a conversation, I would be more than happy to communicate. But at the moment, I just can't get through to anyone. Right, Julie's on the line. Hello, Julie.
Hello.
Hello, Julie. I gather you have a consumer problem. Well, I gather you're looking for some advice. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Yes. My granddaughter gets the coach for school. I pay $940 last year. But last year, she didn't go because of the COVID. She started back on the 1st of March this year. I feel I have paid out for nothing. It would be nice to have something back. I don't know if you can help at all.
Right, hang on a second. So you pay for this, do you?
Yes, because my daughter and that can't really afford it. And if she took her by car, it's all lanes. I feel it's a bit dangerous. So I said I offered to pay for it.
Okay. And how much do you pay per year?
Well, last year, she started last year, $940. So it's due again in August.
Okay. And you paid that
my other grandchild will be going then as well.
Okay, so you paid the £940 last year, and your granddaughter hardly used the school coach.
Well, because of the COVID, really. She went back beginning of March this year.
Okay. Have you spoken to the coach company, and what have they had to say?
Well, my daughter did, but they didn't seem to want to offer anything back or anything, so I don't know if you could do anything or speak to them.
Well, I don't know, is the honest answer. I'd be very interested, actually, to hear from any other parents who may well also use public transport to get their children to school.
Oh, it's a big coach, and a lot of children are on that coach.
I'm sure, but I just wonder whether... Was it the case that most transport companies did reimburse parents because they recognised that they were not providing the service that parents had paid for? Or is it the case that the coach companies or the transport companies argued, well, we are prepared to provide the service, it's not our fault that you don't need us? Because,
right, yeah.
Well, that's the other way of looking at it, isn't it? I'm just trying to think, and I don't know whether... I don't know whether the coach companies would argue that and say, well, look, through no fault of our own, we were prepared to put on the coaches, but, we weren't needed. But it's not us that's breaking the contract.
Yes. So really, I don't think I would get anything back, really.
Well, don't talk yourself out of a refund, Julie. I mean, I'm just thinking aloud, and I'm just wondering whether other people in the position of having paid for transport are able to give us any steer on whether other companies have reimbursed. I mean, I'm a bit surprised they haven't offered anything. I mean, I'm a bit surprised because you would have thought that a coach company, they may well turn around to people like you and say, even if they were of the opinion that they have provided or were prepared to provide their side of the contract, you would like to think that they would say, yeah, but we recognise it's not your fault either, and you have in effect paid us £940 for the coach to just sit in the depot for most of the time, not being used. So let's come to an arrangement for the coming year. I'm a bit surprised.
I think they've been taking some children in for people and nurses or the police, they still want their children to go to school.
Did you try and contact them last year when it all kicked off and when the schools were shut? Did you say at that point, can we have our money back?
No, we didn't really. I kept saying to my daughter to find out, and she kept just putting it off. But she did actually phone them up, but didn't get really anywhere.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe if I spoke to you, you might be able to help out. But
well, I certainly feel like I want to do something because £940 is a huge amount of money, Julie.
Well, that's right. And really, she hasn't been at school.
How many times would you say last year she used the coach?
Oh, not many at all. When did COVID start? Well,
it started significantly to affect the running of things back in March time, didn't it?
Last year, yeah.
So...
March. Then they're on 6 weeks holiday anyway, aren't they? But that doesn't count.
No, that doesn't count. So you'd only be able to factor in. But I'd be interested to know, out of if 100% was the normal amount that she would be able to use the coach that you paid for, I'd be very interested to put some idea as to what percentage of the £940 you feel your granddaughter used last year.
Well, that's right. And they didn't go back till this year, till 1st of March.
Lynn texts in to say, our bus company rolled the bus pass forward for the amount of weeks lost at the start of the year. See, something like that would make sense, wouldn't it? If the coach company were saying to you, look, we recognise that for 60% of last year, you weren't using the coach through no fault of your own, so therefore either we'll give you a 60% reduction on the annual cost for this year, or we'll allow you to roll over some of the bus travel and you only have to pay us later on in the year for the last proportion. I mean, if they were doing something like that, that would be a help, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, definitely.
Right, let's see what we can do. Tara, can we just get some detail and can we just get a call into this coach company and just find out, as far as they're concerned, surely they don't feel it's reasonable to hang on to the full £940 when they didn't provide very much of the service?
They must have a response to that kind of question because it's probably not something that they've been, confronted with on only one occasion.
No,
there
exactly.
are lots of parents who will probably be feeling the same thing.
And I wonder how many people are paying nearly £1,000 a year for this particular transport. It's a huge amount. I can't get over how much money.
People that go on the coach.
Yeah,
They
but
pay that.
forgive my ignorance. I had no idea it was so expensive to send
Well,
children
yeah.
on a coach to school.
It is
No,
really
I know.
expensive, and sometimes you have to pay for younger children as well. At the school that my two go to, only the sixth formers have to pay because there's no alternate bus route that they can use. It's
Right.
quite a complicated
Well,
situation
steer
and a very
them away
expensive
from
one.
any further education then if I
Oh,
were you.
absolutely.
Exactly.
I agree
God.
the day the mind disappeared.
Well,
Yep.
do you know what? I mean, children are hugely expensive, aren't they, Julie?
Yes, definitely.
And it would appear grandchildren are as well. Look, let's see what we can do. Now, during the lockdown, Sarah's suite fell to pieces. It was so bad she couldn't wait for when she'd be able to go into a store and to try some new furniture. So she chose and purchased some furniture from a retailer that she has absolute respect for on the 8th of February and just put her faith that everything would be fine. Well, she ordered this furniture in 2 parts. The first order of 2 sofas duly arrived, but the second order didn't arrive, and she's had a nightmare ever since.
My online order said 3 items when I'd only ordered 2. Anyway, didn't think anything of it, and they said that they could deliver the armchair and footstool within 5 weeks. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. But a few hours later, they cancelled the delivery. I was told that they hadn't arrived at their dispatch, and I spoke to somebody in customer services, and she noticed this computer glitch, and she said because dispatch are waiting for 3 items and only 2 turned up, they won't deliver unless they can see the 3rd item. So I'm going to have to cancel your order and put it back in again, and I'll put some notes on the system. It will mean that you're going to have to wait until the 7th of May to get those 2 items. 6th of May, I get a notification saying, sorry, we're going to cancel your delivery. And I said, well, when will it be delivered? They said, we don't know because we don't know where it is.
Well, this is very, very annoying, and it sounds as if there is some kind of weird glitch on that second order of the second lot of furniture, the chair and the footstool, that keeps causing the delivery of it to be cancelled, and then, as well as you just heard from Sarah, she has to start from scratch again, and she's had enough of it. She's absolutely had enough. Now, the frustration is that Sarah said that she had said to this retailer, right, I've had enough. I'll have my money back, please. We'll go and buy a chair and a footstool from someone else. But the retailer, according to Sarah, had the cheek to turn around to her and say, no, you can't do that. This is a custom order. We're making it specifically for you. You can't cancel that. You've got to have it. Well, I mean, the retailer can't have it both ways, and that's exactly what I've been off to explain to them. Sarah's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sarah. Now, I have had a conversation with the retailer. At this stage, they've not provided us with a formal response to read on the programme because things are still very much in the we're trying to get this sorted phase.
Yep.
Now, I know that since you and I last spoke, and I'll tell you what the company's position on this is in just a second, but I know that they have been anxious to try and resolve this with you, and things have happened from your end. So just bring us up to speed with everything that's occurred from your end first.
A very nice person from the retailer's executive department got in contact with me, and he genuinely seems to want to resolve the issue. The first bit was that he was going to try and locate the chair, and miraculously he did. It's been in a depot 5 minutes from my house. And he also wanted to try and find out or bring forward the manufacturer of the footstool, which was never ordered, apparently, or the order had never gone through. He wanted to bring that forward so that I could have that in the next few weeks. But he's told me that they won't be able to do that for another 5 weeks. It'll take a few weeks to wait for it to be manufactured. And then it takes, after it's been manufactured, at least 2 weeks for it to be dispatched,
right,
to go through the dispatch process. So that happened. And then suddenly I got a call from a delivery person saying we're going to, this was yesterday, saying we're going to deliver your chair in 40 minutes. I was like,
Had
really?
you agreed to it?
Well, I hadn't. The idea was that this man in the executive department, he was going to come back to me with the options and then we would agree the way forward.
Yes.
But suddenly the chair was being delivered irrespective of that decision.
Without the footstool?
Without the footstool.
Okay.
So they said they were going to deliver it at 11:15, and in fact they didn't. It didn't turn up again. And I had loads of phone calls and emails back and forth all day with the man from the executive department, and eventually it did arrive at 4:30 in the afternoon. So the chair has now arrived, but the position is that the footstool hasn't and won't for 5 weeks if I choose to order it. But the other thing that was concerning was that when the chair did arrive, it transpired that it had a dispatch notice on it dated the 10th of March, where it in theory arrived at the depot. So when I was told I had to reorder it and wait all that time while it was being remade, it seems that was actually nonsense.
Right.
Which is pretty annoying that it's been in Milton Keynes, 5 minutes from my house, since the 10th of March.
Well, so that is really annoying. Now, okay, well, the reason why I wanted you just to bring us all up to speed with where you're at the moment is because the company that I've spoken to, the retailer here, they've been very clear to me that there are two options on the table and they are happy to go either way.
Yes.
They have said that they are happy because they completely understand this has been a frustration to you and that you've been messed around. They have said, look, if Sarah would like to cancel the order, we're happy with that and we will refund her in full. And we'll do that. The alternative is, if she does still really want that furniture, we understand that we've messed her around thus far, but we are prepared to try and get that to her as quickly as possible. So I guess what I need to know from you, Sarah, they've delivered the armchair, but not the footstool. Are you prepared to give them the time again to get the footstool to you? Or would you rather them just take that armchair away and give you a full refund of the armchair and the footstool and you order a new armchair and footstool from another company instead? What do you want to do?
What I've decided to do is just take 24 hours to think about it and just decide then. Because I do feel like I was misled in this process and I'm feeling quite aggravated about it at the moment. And I don't want to make a decision based on that level of aggravation. So I'm kind of going to think about it and think about, I don't really have an awful lot of confidence in terms of placing an order for a footstool again. That's the bit that's kind of,
And I can understand that. The flip side, though, to making the decision is that if you go and order another armchair and a footstool from another company, you might have to wait even longer because many companies, their lead time is 12 to 16 weeks, isn't it? So
exactly.
You may have to wait. So you could end up cutting your nose off to spite your face. But I completely understand. You've had your fingers burnt already, and therefore just to trust that this company will indeed deliver the footstool in a few weeks' time, it's not necessarily easy for you to do.
Yeah, well, especially if it's another 5 weeks, which is quite a long time. So I'm going to go back to the man in the executive department tomorrow and let him know my decision. But yes, he has been clear, and he said that he would discount money off the footstool if I choose to go through that. And they will, either way, they're going to send me an e-voucher for the time and trouble that I've gone through.
Can I try and help? Can I stick my oar in?
Yeah.
I think accept it. I think what you should do, it's entirely up to you. And if you decide to go the other way, I'll of course help you. But I think if I were in your position, they're offering you some goodwill gesture on the side as a bit of a sweetener, because they recognise they've mucked you around. Yeah. So I think I would be inclined to say, look, I am really annoyed about this, and I do feel as if you've completely misled me and mucked me around, which is frustrating. I've now got the armchair. I want the footstool. and I want it in a reasonable amount of time. And I want you to, if you give me a time that I've got to wait, I want you to stick to it and not muck me around again. Because if you muck me around again, that is, it's just unforgivable. But on the basis that you can get that footstool to me within 5 weeks, preferably quicker, if you possibly can, I will accept that and I will retain the furniture. But I want an agreement in writing that that's what's going to happen. And what I can then do is I can go back to the press contact I've got at the company and just say, look, you've agreed to that, but you are really frustrated and we're going to follow it every step of the way to make sure that they do what they've agreed to.
Right, okay.
Shall we try that?
I'll have a think about that, because we'll talk about it with my husband, and then we'll work out which avenue we're going to go down, and then we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted.
Okay, do. That's what I would do if I were in your position. And I would be confident, and I would be confident, even though I completely respect the fact you've been mucked around so far, so your confidence is gone. But I would be confident at this stage, with the people that we've now got involved in this at the company, that they will get that sorted and they will get that footstool to you. So
they are very nice, and thank you so much for actually bringing it to their attention, because it has made a big difference.
Well, I'm not going to give them any of the horn yet, because I want to see what you decide to do, and I will retain my horn as an incentive as soon as we know what you're going to do. Can we talk again tomorrow and see what your plan is?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Sarah, let's speak to you tomorrow and we'll take it from there. Hello, Joanna.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Hello, Joanna. I'm good, thank you, Joanna. I hope you are too. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, thank you for calling me back and taking the case. I think I'm going to buy a full membership of your program with consumer issues. So my story started last year. My single friend and I went on a holiday, and one of my friends showed us with like a bird watching scope a couple of planets. During the night, there's a Jupiter, there's Saturn. I was absolutely smitten. I just couldn't believe it. I could just see it with, equipment there on the ground. So when I got back from a holiday, I decided to go or inquire about the telescopes. I thought, like, if I can see those things with like a bird watching scope, what on earth can I see with a good telescope? Right. So I found a specialist shop. And I booked an appointment. I went to get some advice, because I knew nothing, and I probably still know not much about the whole industry there, about a telescope. And I chose the telescope that was recommended by the salesman, and I ordered, and I picked the telescope up about a month later.
How much was the telescope that you were buying?
So the telescope with the battery was about £700.
Right.
So I didn't choose anything the cheapest. I said I'm going to go for a lovely computerized telescope that if you align, then it can show you. The telescope will take you places, about 100,000 different objects on the sky. So I was like, you
were smitten with the stars and with planets, weren't you? I can tell.
I was. My emotions, my feelings about it. I said, "Oh, that's great! I could spot Mars on the sky. I could spot a few things, and it was great." So getting a good telescope was just like, okay.
But I guess the only thing I would have to say, and I have to be honest, it's all lovely, but I don't quite share your fascination and enthusiasm for it. But surely once you've seen Mars or, some stars, haven't you seen it all? I mean, it's not going to change, is it, next time you look through your telescope?
Well, it probably is going to be in a different position on the sky, and 100,000 objects. I think find a clear sky in England to see that. I think you need a few years to get those 100,000 objects. So
right. So
I
you
prepared myself for years to
you
go.
decided, gosh, I want to look at everything. I want to see everything that's up there in the night sky.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So
but at the moment, I could only find the moon.
So £700 you spent on this telescope. What's the problem?
Well, the problem started with day one because I went as a click and collect because before when I went to collect it, it was lockdown. It was I think it was 8th of November or somewhere there. So I paid and collected the telescope. I brought it home. I opened the box, and it's not the telescope that I ordered. It's not the model that I ordered. So I immediately called the company and I, and told them, "Say, guys, this is not the one that I've ordered. That was never on an agenda, that telescope." And then they said to me, like, "Oh, don't worry. It's a very good telescope. See how you go with it, and then if you don't go, if you don't like it, then we will exchange for the one you ordered."
No. I mean, if it's the wrong telescope, then there shouldn't be any mucking around in terms of, oh, we'll see if you like it. No, just take it back, get the right one.
Well, I gave it a go.
Oh.
I gave it a go. I said, okay, let me just do a bit of research about it and see how it goes. So,
but you do realise that by giving it a go, you'd probably just let the company off the hook a bit, because they would then be able to say, well, hang on a minute, you've opened it, you've taken it out of the box, you've taken it out of the wrapping, we can't now sell it as a new telescope. You've given them the opportunity to try and wriggle out of it, haven't you?
Yes, I'm aware of it. But they did say, if you do not like it, we will exchange for the one you ordered.
And did they say that in writing?
They didn't say that in writing. They said it on the phone, and I have my friend as a witness.
Right, but you don't have any evidence that was agreed to now?
I might have something in an email. I will have to go through it again.
Okay,
but,
fine.
But the problem is...
I was going to say, I mean, carry on with the problem, because that may be irrelevant anyway. But
yeah. So I was giving a go. So that is November, December. But in November, straight away after a week, I couldn't get along with this telescope. We didn't know how it worked. So I and my friend, we watched like 1 million movies on YouTube, trying to find the company's name who manufactured the videos, how it operates. And we still couldn't get anything out of this telescope. So my fascination, my excitement goes down, because if you do not align the telescope, you cannot use the computer. You cannot use the computer. The telescope will not take you anywhere. So I keep calling the company. I called them probably 100 times, but they've never answered the phone again. So no sign of life from them for 4 months. 4 months, zero support. I chose the company for the support. I said, this is going to be a new hobby. I want to support. I don't want to order from online and then just you're on your own. But actually with this specialist shop, you're on your own. So
and has the company disappeared, or are they back now?
Oh no, they have been in business all the time, you know. But in March this year, he answered the phone. And so I was absolutely shocked and pleased with it. And I said to him, I told him what's the issue I'm having. And he said, oh, you shouldn't have watched those videos on YouTube. They're wrong. And then I said, well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I had no support from you. I don't really know how that telescope operates. I'm trying my best. And I actually do not like it. And he said, oh, try this. And he gave us the instructions, so I wrote it down and everything. And, and now it comes and you try again another night. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to say this, maybe I'm not as brightest, but I'm not that stupid. So if I can read the instruction and follow the instructions, and I cannot get anywhere.
So am I right in saying then that you just cannot get it to work properly? You can't get to see all of the planets and the stars and the things you were hoping to be able to see?
Absolutely.
Right.
And then And I just do not know. Maybe this telescope is faulty.
Maybe.
And that's what I've had, emails since March. I have about 2 months of emails of a ping pong, trying to get his support, trying to get his advice, trying to exchange. So at the beginning of March, actually said straight away, your instructions do not work. Can I exchange for the one? Or actually exchange for something that is more suitable for me, because I'm getting a drift of the company that they're not really there for support. That's not a specialist shop that you wish to go to with new hobby, like a telescope.
No, I mean, I was going to say, I think really probably in hindsight, and I don't know anything about this kind of world that you want to be living in because I don't have the same interest. But I would imagine for people listening to this programme who are stargazers and people who have telescopes and like looking at the stars and like looking at planets, there are probably clubs that you can join, that when you join those clubs, you will meet other like-minded people who are interested and they will give you advice in terms of what kind of thing you want to be looking to get. And that might have been the best way of dipping your toe into this new world, because it sounds as if the shop that you've bought this telescope from, they're not necessarily giving you the kind of support that you need.
Yes. So, but I needed some basics from them, and I don't know. When you read on their website, they are the ones. I am convinced that many people who just read on a website who they are, this is where you would go to, because they are not only a shop, but they are, in their names. I cannot say their names. How they describe themselves, that would be the place to go and share. Right. Share that new hobby with them, and they would, share their advice with you.
I see. So they very much give the impression that they will hold your hand throughout this new hobby that you found, and they'll give you the support and the advice and the help, and they'll sell you a telescope that works, and they'll help you if it doesn't work, and they'll do all that kind of stuff. Where are we now with this, Joanna? What do you need my help with?
Well, after 2 months of emailing, I tried, because I get no support. I said, I don't want to deal with you anymore. I don't want to spend double the budget on another telescope that might be on a table to purchase. I just don't want to have anything to do with them because I get nothing, And so I said to him, would you exchange it for like a bird watching scope, a binoculars, something that I know that, I don't need the instruction and I don't need to deal with them anymore. And he said no. He said, he suggested something else on a telescope. And then another email, I asked him, what binoculars would you suggest, for me? Nothing. And I got to the point that he said, if you don't like your telescope now, I'm prepared to buy back this telescope. And I said, you cannot buy back this telescope. This is not the telescope I ordered. It's your mistake. I have a brochure that you ticked that this telescope is not available. And I have I have a cross that this telescope is not available, that model. And you gave it to me. And so he said that
I think all of this could have been avoided because it's not normal that when you buy something from a company, they give you something else and then they say, just try it out. It's really good. You'll like it. I mean, that's just not normal. You wouldn't, if you think about it, you would not put up with that in any other walk of life. If I go and buy myself a Ford Fiesta and I go along on the day to the dealership to collect my Ford Fiesta and they say, here's a Ford Ka. It's not a Fiesta, but it's a very nice car. And I say, okay, well, I'll take that away then. It's not the car that I've ordered and paid for, but I'll take it away. You're just making everything very complicated. And I think it would have been, in hindsight, when they gave you the wrong telescope, I think it would have been better just to take it back and say, I'm sorry, this is not what I ordered. I want what I ordered.
I know. I don't know what I was thinking. I really don't know. I had such an excitement and such a hope in them. Believe in them that they know what they're talking about, and they really want the best for me in this new hobby, but actually it happens that this telescope is not really good. I don't even know if it's good, being honest.
But did you not? When the guy said, I know it's not the one that you ordered, but it's a really good one. Did you not then kind of do some research and see? I mean, is it, for example, is it the same price as the one you ordered?
It's roughly the same price, and if it comes to dimensions, the features, very similar. You know, so I said, okay, it looks like very similar, so maybe there's no big difference. But...
And have they at no point said to you, look, bring it back to us and let us show you how it works?
No, absolutely never.
Right.
Never. Well. He doesn't even at the moment. So the last email, that's why I'm calling you, because the last email from him, because I requested a full refund. I said, listen, this is not the telescope I ordered. I cannot get along with it. I don't get any support from you. I really want, and there's actually, they disappear, so I haven't heard from him for like 2 weeks. And so I don't know what's happening. And I say, well, could you give me a full refund? Because it's not what I expected. It's not what I paid for. And then he said, oh, now everything is off the table. Not even exchange, not even paying back, buying back, nothing. So this is the end of communication with them. So that's why I'm calling you to help me. Where else can I go with it? Because I want to warn people that this is not a professional company for this industry.
Okay. Well, we need to go and
with my money, or I don't know.
We need to go and have a little word with the company, and we need to find out why you have had this experience. It all just sounds very odd from the beginning. It's not normal that you buy something from a company and they give you something else, and then they say, "Oh, but it'll be all right. Keep it." It just that's not normal, and it's, to be honest, it's not normal to accept that either. But then it may well be that with the lockdown, and I don't know whether that was an impact in terms of at the time whether you thought, oh well, I'm going to have to hang on to it now because the lockdown's about to happen. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't do that. If I bought something from a company and they give me something else, I bought a coffee machine recently, and if I'd got home and I opened the box and it was a completely different coffee machine, I'd go straight back to the company and say, you've given me the wrong coffee machine. If they said, oh, no, don't worry, it's a really good, it makes a lovely cup of coffee, I'd say, well, it may well do, but it's not the one I ordered, so I'll have the one I ordered. Thank you very much indeed.
I probably knew so little about the telescope, all the models, that's why I trusted them in a way.
Yeah, but unfortunately what they've ended up... By doing this, what they've ended up doing is they've kind of muddied the water, because you've now got a product that it may or may not work, we don't know. It's not the one that you ordered, but you accepted it. So it just, in terms of your rights to return this and to demand your money back, at this stage it may not be that simple, because it may well be, look, they will say, there's nothing wrong with it, it works, it's an alternative, but the customer accepted it at the point that it was given to her, so we've done nothing wrong. We haven't broken the contract. What we need to do is to try and find out where they've broken the contract. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, Joanna, and we'll go and have a conversation with that company for you, OK? Now, Brenda is partially sighted and was moving into a new property that was more suitable for her. Her daughter organised for a removals company to help her, and Brenda paid £1,200 for this firm to pack up and move all of her belongings.
It was an easy move for them because they're all fitted wardrobes here, so didn't have to bring any of that sort of thing. It was quite a small van that came. But the mess they left, I mean, I was in a terrible state because obviously you exchange the contracts and it's completed. So I had to be out by a certain time. So then I rang the estate agent to explain what had happened. And he said, just a minute, see what we can do, because he'd literally just walked down from where I lived. So I went and he said, don't worry, I'll get this. So he got a removal company in, and I said, but the place is such a mess. So they came in with their mask and they cleaned up, and then they took everything over here. It was absolutely awful. I mean, I actually feel shaky now thinking about it.
Well, Brenda told me that she ended up having to pay another company, another removals company, that thank goodness the estate agent was able to call upon at the last minute to come and pack up and move the rest of her belongings. But she says that had a cost implication to her. And the original company, Brenda said, had the cheek to then charge her a late fee because it took so long before she was ready to move into the new property, having to get this other removals firm out. The original removals company had to sit around for hours. Well, this doesn't sound good. None of it sounds good, but the removals company have a different version of events. Brenda's back on the JVS show. Hello, Brenda.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan.
Now, the company concerned, as you know, let me just recap where we're at with this.
Yeah.
The company concerned that your daughter had found for you is a company called Anyvan.
Yes.
And I approached Anyvan and they came back with this response. They said, Anyvan.com have said, "We're sorry to learn about Brenda's recent experience moving. As a company which has moved millions of people across the UK over the years, we want it to be easy and affordable for customers to move home. On this rare occasion, this hasn't happened. However, there is some clarification that we hope will give this all some context. One member of the removals team did not wear a mask due to being asthmatic and exempt under government guidelines. While we did let the customer know ahead of the team arriving, we will review how we communicate this as clearly as possible to customers in future. However, our understanding is that all other team members were wearing a mask as per our safety guidelines." Right, put an asterisk next to that and we'll call that mask. We'll come back to that. They go on and they say, ahead of moving, we ask customers to list all items for removal, as well as accurately estimate the number of boxes to be packed and moved, which is important, as it then tells us the size of the van required and what our removal and transportation insurance should cover. Unfortunately, this means that the items that hadn't been listed for this move were not covered by our insurance, something which protects both us and our customers should anything be damaged in transit, which meant we were unable to take them without additional charge. Right, let's put an asterisk next to that and call that stuff they wouldn't take. Again, we'll come back to that.
Right.
The size of the van used for the removal matched the estimate of the number of boxes given at booking. Again, this unfortunately meant that additional items were unable to be packed and delivered to the new home. We know that moving home can be stressful for anyone, so as a goodwill gesture, we would like to credit Brenda the £166 for the additional waiting time incurred during the move, and we wish her all the best in her new home. Right, well, there were two fundamental issues and two fundamental points of disagreement that occurred after I read you that statement.
Yes.
The first was regarding the mask. Now, they say that they informed you of the fact that this member of staff would not be wearing a mask, and they said that everyone else was wearing a mask. You said that's not the case.
No.
At no point was I told that one of the removals guys was going to be coming in and out of my house without a mask on.
Right.
And you said that he was not the only one.
No.
I went back to anyvan.com. They don't want to provide a further response on that point.
Right.
Regarding the stuff that they wouldn't take, your argument is that you had a long conversation with them where you listed everything in your house.
Yes.
However, they have said that you didn't tell them everything they were going to be taking, which is why they turned up with a van that was too small and why they couldn't fit your stuff in there and why they weren't prepared to take stuff you hadn't mentioned because it wasn't insured.
Not true.
I went to them and said, can you please demonstrate your evidence for this, because I presume that they must have put something in writing in terms of their understanding of what they were going to be picking up from you, so that it was clear in the contract between you and them as to what they were contracted to pick up and take to the new property.
Right.
I have said to them, can you please show me the evidence of this, or if it was only done on the telephone, can you please send me a recording of the conversation so I can hear what was agreed?
Right.
They have said they don't wish to make any further comment.
Oh, there you go.
So, they don't. What they have said is that they are still going to pay you the £166.
Right.
Now, I don't know whether that has happened since we spoke. I know that's not the full amount of money that you're looking for.
No.
And I should just point out, you're not looking for that much.
No.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, when you consider the original contract was £1,200...
Yes.
The amount that you're looking for is about £400, which takes into account the £166 additional waiting charge you were given on the day, and also it was about, what was it, £240 from the other company?
That's correct, yes.
The other removals company who came and picked up all the rest of your stuff for as little as £240, which is pretty remarkable. So in the grand scheme of things, you're not looking for that much.
No.
So let's just put our heads together and see where we're at with this. So anyvan.com, I've given an opportunity to provide a copy of the contract, a copy of the written evidence between them and you to demonstrate that their understanding was they were going to be picking up X amount and in fact you'd misled them. They haven't provided any of that.
No.
They haven't provided a copy of the telephone recording that was taken when they had the conversation with you as a visually impaired person to outline what they needed to come and collect from your home. They haven't provided any evidence to back up what they have suggested is the case in their original statement. So what about the evidence that you've got, Brenda? Now, did you speak to your daughter?
I did, and she's got all those emails, but she cannot find that one with all the listing on. She just can't. She said, "I just can't find it, Mum." But she's got all the other ones. So where's that gone? Definitely had it.
Well, this is the problem.
Right.
If you don't have any evidence to back up that you made it very clear to anyvan.com the full list of items that they were supposed to be packing up and putting in the back of their van and transporting to your new property on that day, and if they're not prepared, as they appear not to be prepared, to share the evidence that they say backs up their side of the story, it's very difficult for me to determine exactly what was agreed and what wasn't agreed on the day.
There we go. Do you know, an apology, if they come on and say, "I'm really, really sorry, we are really sorry, we're good," that would be fine. And an assurance that some inward structure would change so it doesn't happen to somebody else.
But they don't think they've done anything wrong because in their statement they say, a member of staff didn't wear a mask, we told Brenda, and it was only one member of staff. And regarding the stuff that we had to pack up and move to the new property, we came with a van that was the right size for the stuff that Brenda told us we were due to pack up. The van was far too small. She hadn't told us half the stuff that we were supposed to be moving. We moved what we'd agreed to move and we left the rest.
Not true. And when the men came on the morning, they came with a list and they just ticked. We've got to just make sure they ticked everything off. We said, yeah, that's fine. They ticked everything off.
Well, I mean, look, this does not make sense as far as I'm concerned. And if I were anyvan.com and if I was absolutely sure that I had behaved 100% correctly, then I would be sending over a full list of the itinerary as agreed. And I would say, please see the list of things we were told by Brenda on this day would be at the property. And you can see that she has left a whole load of stuff that actually was in her house off that list. And that's why we turned up with a van that was not big enough. Although I have to be honest, even if that were the case, I'm surprised that they dealt with you in that way on the day, because surely what they should have done is on arriving at your property in the morning and looking around, even if what they've said is correct, let's work on the basis that what they've said is correct. If they turn up in the morning and they think, oh my God, this customer has only told us about half the stuff that's in her house. That van outside is nowhere near big enough. What they should have done is had the conversation with you there and then and said, look, you haven't told us about this stuff that's here. We're going to have to phone the office and try and get another van to come. And I'm afraid we're going to have to revisit this contract because we've only priced up to move half the stuff that you're actually telling us to move. What they ended up doing was leaving you in the lurch on the day. What they ended up What they ended up doing was just saying, right, well, that's the lot. We've packed it all up. See you at the new house. And leaving you in your previous house, surrounded by the rest of the stuff that they hadn't managed to fit in the back of the van, and leaving you, a visually impaired customer, to have to make your own inquiries as to how you were going to get it shifted.
And you know, really, the worst thing, when they like the sideboard drawer, they're supposed to pack the things. They open a drawer. This gets me. This still.
Yes, but I wasn't there on the day, so I can't say that what you're telling me is true because I didn't see it.
I'll tell you what. If you would like to speak to I'm not mentioning names because obviously the estate agent that come in, he's a witness that all the mess they left. He's the witness. You speak to him. I'll tell you afterwards. You speak to him. He's the witness. He said, I cannot believe what they've done. I cannot believe what they've done.
Well, all I will say is that anyvan.com, that I know you'd suggested to me in our first conversation, were a very big, well-known removals company.
That's what my understanding, or our understanding was.
Well, I personally had never heard of them before. That's not to say that they don't provide lots of services to people. I personally had never heard of them before.
Right.
But all I can say is anyvan.com, they have provided their version of events in terms of their statement, but they have not backed up that version of events with any evidence in the form of an itinerary, in the form of a telephone conversation. And regardless, it still appears to be the case that even if what they've said is correct in their statement, they were still prepared to leave a visually impaired customer on the day of moving house in her previous property, surrounded by half of the stuff that was in her house that they weren't prepared to put in the back of their removals lorry.
Right. And the mess, honestly, Jonathan, the mess, I couldn't, and when the estate agent came in, it was like, what on earth? It's like somebody had come and burgled me, ransacked all the drawers and just emptied everything. That's what my house looked like.
I would like to go and have a word with that estate agent.
Oh, yes, please.
What I will do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. And I would like to speak to the estate agent and get his or her view on what happened on that day and what they then ended up having to do.
Yes.
Anyvan.com, you may well have decided that you don't want to provide anything further on my programme, and that is entirely your prerogative. However, that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop talking about this case. I have to be honest. I am surprised, particularly when anyvan.com put this in the hands of a PR company to deal with on their behalf. I am a bit surprised that this has been dealt with in the way it's been dealt with.
Right.
If I were the PR company that anyvan.com had come to and said, can you make this nightmare go away, please, for us? I would be saying to anyvan.com, fine, the way to do that is to give the customer the full £406 that she's looking for. I will draft an apologetic response. I will say that we have a different version of events, however, we don't want to get into it. We're going to give her the £406 as a goodwill gesture. End of story. That's how to solve this problem.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid what they've done instead is, in effect, to provide a response saying, you're not telling the truth, Brenda. And that they've behaved perfectly reasonably. But as a goodwill gesture, they're not going to charge you the additional money they tried to get out of you on the day in the form of a late charge, and then have come back and said, but we're not going to provide you with any of the response that backs up our version of events. We're just going to say we're not going to give any further statement. Well, that is not going to make the story go away on my programme. So what I'd like to do is to now go and have a word with the estate agent. We'll take it from there. OK?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show. If anyvan.com or their representatives would like to provide a further response, or, to be fair, to provide the evidence that backs up the original statement, I would be absolutely delighted to receive it. I try to be fair, and I'm completely impartial because I wasn't there on the day. I didn't see what happened. But I'm listening to both versions of events. I'm trying to look at this as an outsider. And I find myself still wondering why any removals company, when you come to help a lady on her own who is visually impaired move house, why the situation, even if what you've said is correct, would be dealt with in this way. Why would you not simply say to her in the morning, we're going to have to get another van here because are not quite sure where the confusion has occurred, but we were not aware of half the stuff you're asking us to move, and there's no way we can get it all in the van. Why was that conversation not had first thing in the morning? Anyvan.com, if you would like to provide a further response, I'd love to read it. Richard had some luxury bookshelves made and fitted in August 2018. He chose this particular company to build them for him because they gave him what he thought was excellent advice on making long-lasting furniture. They said to him that the bookshelf should be made out of hardwood, and it should be given a tough diamond finish on the paintwork to make it extra durable. So he went ahead. But he's had an issue with the finish of the paint that has been rumbling on since the furniture was first installed.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand, and each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Well, Richard came to me because he said he just couldn't get the company to respond at all. I have been communicating with the company on his behalf. And, well, to be honest, although the company began communicating, and to be fair, have never shied away from their admission that they need to resolve this problem, it has taken absolutely ages. In fact, Richard, when you first came to my programme, I was still at school. I mean, this is honestly, we're both, it's going to be last of the summer wine by the time we get this resolved. It's gone on forever and ever and ever. To cut a very long story short, the company has accepted that they're going to get one of these expert decorators to come with one of these machines, these air sprayer machines,
yes,
to respray the furniture with a very hard, good quality paint that they're very confident will not have the same kind of marks all over it every time you use the bookshelf in a normal way. But it's taking ages. Now, I gather there is a further development, and they've come back with another idea as to when you can expect the furniture to be decorated. When have they said now?
Well, that's right, Jonathan. So they come back and said that well, it's good news, right? So we've got a date in the diary for this expert to come around, which is very, very good news, and I'm actually feeling quite positive about it. But it's going to be the week commencing 6th of September this year.
Right. Why so long?
That's difficult for me to say, but they did point out that this guy is very good at his job and is therefore very much in demand. There was a small caveat. They said if I could be flexible, it might be done piecemeal before then. I asked what that meant, and they said, well, you might, for example, have to live without the doors and shelves for a while whilst they're off and done, and then they could come back and do half of it another day. Fine. I mean, look, it's going to mean taking everything off and leaving it off for weeks and weeks, but if that's the answer, that's the answer. But I'd rather they came and did it all in one go if possible.
I mean, on one hand, it's kind of nicely reassuring that this guy is so busy and he's obviously so good at his job and he's so much in demand that he can't come and respray this furniture until September, because you kind of think to yourself, wow, he must be incredible. Yeah. He must be absolutely incredible. But then on the other half, on the other side of this, you think, well, this is just infuriating. This has gone on forever and ever and ever. But the problem is, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you want the job done properly. And what we don't want is for the company to then try and find someone else who can do it quicker, but isn't going to do the job as well, which means we're then straight back to square one again.
You're absolutely right. And look, I think I didn't expect fast results for this one, and the progress that you and your team have helped us make is actually great. I wouldn't have got anywhere without you. But it does feel very much like, come September, let's hope there's nothing goes wrong and the guy gets delayed or something happens and he can't do the work. I'm hoping very much that it is going to be a great job. But if he turns up and says, there's a problem, or, the results aren't very good, we're going to be back to square one. So it's probably just a case of staying patient, I guess. Jonathan, what do you think?
Well, I mean, yes, but I do also think, and I know you've been having some written communication between you and the man that built the furniture in the first place. I do wonder whether it is worth just writing quite a formal acceptance of the situation, but making it very clear that if come September the problem is still not resolved, then unfortunately it's going to leave you with no alternative but to go ahead and to have to find a resolution yourself, and you will then expect this man to fully reimburse you for all of the costs associated with that. I know you don't want to fall out with him, but at the same time, I do think you need to put a mark in the sand somewhere, and I think this is now it. Yes, great. I'll wait till September if this guy really is good, but just be aware, I'm not going to allow this to carry on forever. And if by September time it's still not sorted, I'm going to have to source my own decorator to come and paint it, and I'll sue you if necessary.
I think that's very good advice, Jonathan. And obviously by the time this rolls around, and if the furniture's become an antique by then, who knows, it might be worth more. But your point is a good one. I'll definitely go back to him and say that.
I just think if this ends up, if, for example, he doesn't do what he's said he's going to organise in September time, at that point, enough will be enough. But I think if you've then got a letter or an email to refer to, if this ends up in court, to stand there and to say to a judge, look, please look at the letter that I wrote him. This was written in September of 2021, saying that I was prepared to be exceptionally reasonable and give him until September. But there does come a point where being reasonable has run its course, and I'm afraid now he's left with me with no alternative but to go ahead and to have it decorated myself, and I'm afraid that's why I'm here in court, to sue him for the money that it's cost me. I think it'd be very hard for a judge to not look favourably upon that, so I think it's a good idea just to get that set in stone now and to get that in writing.
Okay, all right, so plan for the worst. But hope for the best. Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. Good advice.
Okay. Well, Richard, I hope that we will get to speak. I mean, it'd be very nice if we get to speak before September. Otherwise, we will speak in September, and I hope by then the furniture will be beautifully repainted. Thank you very much. And Heather's on the line. Hello, Heather.
Hello, Jonathan.
Heather, you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
In 2018, I brought a washing machine, and then in 2019, November, it broke down. They sent a man to repair it, but he couldn't repair it, so they sent a new one, which I received in November 2019, and now that's broken down. And when I rang them up and asked them about a repair, they said, well, you haven't paid insurance on it, so we can't do anything about it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just nonsense. Insurance has nothing to do with it whatsoever. I
live on my own, so I only use it once a week, sometimes twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not used excessively, and it's not a heavy washing that I do. And I did expect it to last a bit longer than 18 months, 14 months, whatever.
Right, okay, a couple of basic things. So firstly, your contract with the company starts on the date of purchase of the original washing machine.
Yes.
Just because they replaced it in 2019 does not mean that the contract then restarted in 2019.
No.
Okay. So what was the exact... which month in 2018 did you buy it?
November.
So November 2018. And how much was it?
£225.
Okay.
I know it's not expensive, but...
Well, it's at the lower end of how much you can pay for a washing machine. What's the kind of weight that it can take? How many kilos?
Well, it's about £14. I only know that. So
Okay, I don't know what it would be in pounds. I'm probably 7. I think, is it two pounds to the kilo there or thereabouts? I think it is. So it's a 7 kilo washing machine, 225 quid. Okay, so now, and the reason why all of that is relevant, Heather, is that the law states that this washing machine must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, the washing machine, if we work on the basis that you purchased it in 2018, is less than 3 years old. Yeah. Okay? I know they replaced it in 2019, but as I say, the contract runs from 2018. So you have only had use of one of their washing machines, albeit it was replaced at some point, for less than 3 years. That's not acceptable. Now, you can't necessarily, for 225 quid, you can't necessarily expect a washing machine that in 10 years' time will still be going strong. It might be, and that will be great. And I've certainly, my last washing machine was quite a cheap one, Heather. I think it was a bit cheaper than that, actually. I think it came to it was about 218 quid, my last washing machine. And it lasted for a good 7 years before it started making noises that suggested it was about to explode.
Oh, right.
And I thought, do you know what, 7 years for that's quite good going, really, for that kind of washing machine. And what I did was I replaced it with one that was more expensive, but one that I'm expecting will last for considerably longer, much more like 10 years, to be honest. So if we look at the 225 quid, I would say that you should expect at least 5 years from that washing machine. Okay?
Yes, yeah.
So if we work on the basis that you've had 2.5 years, then let's work on the basis that you've had about half the life from the washing machine that you're entitled to. Okay?
Yes, yeah.
So what this company need to be doing is they need to be looking at an offer of about £112.50. And that could consist of one of two things. I mean, if I were the retailer, I would be saying to myself, OK, well, would it be better to use that money to put towards a replacement or an engineer coming out, or would it be better just to draw a line under this with Heather and to say, look, we're sorry that the washing machine hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. We'll make you a cash offer to take into account the use that you have not enjoyed from that washing machine. So here's £112.50. Personally, that's what I would do, because I would be concerned that, in fact, getting an engineer out, it might be something simple, it might not be. Do you know what's gone wrong with the washing machine now?
It just went dead when I'd got the washing in. It just stopped completely.
Any lights on or not?
No, nothing.
Okay.
And that's what happened with the washing machine before, when the man came out to repair it and he couldn't repair it.
Okay. Well, I think that is useful. Although, as I say, it doesn't change fundamentally your rights under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. What we need to do, it sounds to me, is to go and have a word with the retailer, and just to make sure, Tara, they are 100% familiar with the Consumer Rights Act and their obligations. This, just out of interest, is this I don't want any details that will identify who they are, Heather, but is this a large company or a small independent company?
No, it's a large company.
Okay, well, they should know them.
I've seen who it is. They should absolutely know.
Right. Okay. Fine. Let's go and have a word with the company. Let's find out why they don't seem to want to take responsibility for this. It's not acceptable. They need to do something to sort it out. Heather, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail now. Okay.
Okay. Lovely.
Now, Nick's 75-year-old mother-in-law lives in a council property, and she's been shielding since last March. Nick said that he decided to redecorate her bedroom for her, as it was looking tired and shabby. But something happened that, well, he certainly hadn't bargained for.
I dismantled all the furniture and started stripping the wallpaper, ready to redecorate it. As soon as I took one piece of wallpaper down, it brought down a lot of plaster. So I carried on and took all the paper off, and off every wall there was large amounts of plaster that came away with it. She called the council, and they sent someone down last October. She called the council. The inspector took photos and said that this would need complete replastering. But due to the COVID, obviously they have to wait till after Christmas. January came, she phoned for an update, and they said there's still no news. It's been referred to the contractors, the council contractors, and you're going from pillar to post, really. And she's just getting anxious now because there's still more bits of plaster periodically that's falling from the walls. So she's living sometimes in the dust or sleeping in a dusty environment, but she's getting anxious.
Well, I went off to have a word with the council on Nick's behalf, and thankfully they've been very good. When I called them up, they were apologetic and said they were going to get things resolved. Nick's back on the JVS show. Hello, Nick.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, Nick. So the council concerned, as you know, is Dacorum Borough Council. They said, we apologise that this work was not carried out sooner. Nick's mother-in-law has now been contacted and the work will be carried out next week. Well, that was a few weeks ago, and indeed when I spoke to you last, you were saying, yeah, brilliant, they came round, they redid all the plastering. However, in the meantime, there were some other issues. For example, some of the skirting board had to come off in order to do the plastering. Then I think you were having new carpet fitted at the same time. There was something to do with the radiator needed to go back on. So there were still one or two things that needed to be tidied up before we could call this 100% a result. What's the latest, Nick? What's going on now?
Yeah, it's been excellent, really, JVS, in conjunction with yourself and the council. The council have been brilliant. It was yesterday that the carpenter was due to come in the afternoon, and he came on exactly on time. He was there to just replace some of the damaged and missing skirting boards, which he's done. A very nice chap from the council, a very proficient job. He finished that yesterday. We came up and painted the skirting boards, and I'm just at the moment in the process of putting the wallpaper up. So as far as the council is concerned and the job we asked you for help, they've completed that within 3 weeks, and there's no problem in the 3 weeks because there's been three separate jobs. As you said, the plastering, they had to come, the plumber had to take the radiator off the wall, and the carpenter, and that was done yesterday. And thanks to yourselves and the team and the council have been brilliant. The job is completed, so I await your horn.
Fantastic. Well, we will thank Dacorum Borough Council very much indeed for getting things resolved. No doubt you are your mother-in-law's favourite son-in-law again. Once again, your crown has been restored.
Well, I doubt that.
No, I'm sure she thinks the world of you. We will thank the council very much. Give them the horn. Any other problems, Nick? Well, you know where we are. Madhu has been paying for electrical appliance cover on all of the white goods in his kitchen for the last 10 years. It's cost him quite a lot of money, actually. He's been paying £8.75 a month over all those years. When he finally came to use the policy, when his microwave broke, well, he hasn't had a great experience.
I took it out, looked at it, and it's only a 20-litre one capacity that they've sent me. And I looked at my original one, and that's a 30-litre capacity. I called them first thing Monday morning and I said, you sent me this thing, but it's the wrong one because this is not a like-for-like replacement. And the person on the phone said to me, no, we can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. And I said, no, because I've been paying for all this time. I'm sure that I should expect a like-for-like replacement. You can't just send me a smaller one and say, this is what it is. Anyway, I said, look, I need to speak to a supervisor because this is just not on. And they said, okay, I'm going to raise a complaint about this and somebody will be back in touch with you. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anything.
Well, I went off to have a word with the company concerned, Domestic and General, and Madhu was much happier when he heard what they had to say. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Madhu.
Hello.
Hello, Madhu. Sorry, you're over here. So, Madhu, Domestic and General, as you know, said, we apologise for the inconvenience experienced by one of our customers. Unfortunately, we had an incorrect model number for the customer's appliance, which caused the issue. We have now amended this detail on our system, and we informed the customer that we will replace their microwave with the correct one. We're currently working directly with the customer to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Now, that should have been straightforward. Unfortunately, it wasn't straightforward, because this integrated microwave was a certain size. The hole for the integrated microwave was a certain size. 10 years on, the microwaves that are available are different sizes, and that was always going to be the problem. However, while you were on the programme last time, you gave me some of the measurements for this microwave, and I certainly managed to find a few microwaves that would fit in the hole, albeit they were much more expensive than the original microwave. Now, I know that you've gone back to Domestic and General armed with that information, and I gather some kind of resolution has been reached. What's going on, Madhu?
Sorry, they came back to me this morning and they say that they can't source the micro that I told them that I would accept around. But what they've said is that, look, if you can source it, then we will just pay you the money. Just confirm to us that you can source it yourself, and that somebody and the price includes the disposal of the old one as well. And it's just the cash settlement, and then this place will be closed. So I'm just looking into it now to, that I can source it and they'll dispose of it. And once I get back to them, they will actually confirm that, that this is acceptable, and hopefully we'll bring this matter to an end.
Brilliant. And how much is the new one?
It's about 400 quid.
Oof, blimey. So it's quite a lot more than the original one.
Correct, yes, yes. But then, the thing is that it won't fit into, any other one won't fit into it. And even this one, I'm having to compromise because it's not an integrated one. I'm just going to have to opt for a freestanding one now.
Yeah, quite. Well, I mean, as long as it fits and as long as it will look good in the hole, I guess it doesn't really matter. The only thing I would just suggest you check, if it's not an integrated one, just check with the retailer before you buy it that it is suitable to be used as part of an integrated kitchen, because obviously they need to have ventilation and things like that around the side of them and on the top. So just make sure that it's not going to be dangerous at all to have it boxed into the kitchen.
Of course. Yes, okay. I thank you for pointing that. Have another look before I get back to them.
Well, let's really hope that we're nearly there, because I'm itching to give Domestic and General the full horn. The fact that they're prepared to pay all of that money to replace it, I think is fantastic, and I'm going to give them this just as a bit more encouragement. Madhu, can you please keep me posted and let me know what happens?
Morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Sam. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. I'm calling about my mum. As you know, she'll be 87 shortly. She's lived in her own home for 50 years. She's in poor health and she's having treatment at the moment at various hospitals. Her garden's quite overgrown, and where she lives is quite a green place. There's lots of kind of greenery around that isn't necessarily hers. But the local council have threatened her with an ASBO if she doesn't clear the undergrowth on her property by the 3rd of June. Despite me explaining several times that she's visually impaired and she can't read the letters they're sending her, they're ignoring her disabilities, and they've even taped these letters to the front door, referring to her house as the premises. So I've pointed out to them it's not a kebab shop, it is an elderly lady's home. We've worked with the local authority already and spent thousands on cutting back trees, which ironically her trees are lower than a lot of the trees kind of within a few metres. But their current objection is that the undergrowth on her land can harbour pests such as rats. And we've had several pest treatments and we've been given no evidence to kind of back up that that's the case. But there has been a rat issue in the area because she lives quite in an industrial area, and that has been the case for the 50 years she's lived there. And there obviously is a lot of greenery and there are pests. To make things worse, because the back garden in particular looks unloved, neighbours have fly-tipped from renovations and things, so the council are unhappy about that and want her to remove that waste. But my main concern is the latest request is unreasonable in terms of the time limit she's got. She hasn't got the resources or the time available to commission for that work to be done. I don't live locally myself, and I'm her only support, and I'm I'm happy to help her. She's really distressed, and it's making her quite unwell, and I'm concerned that the local authority don't appear concerned with her vulnerability. And like you said in your intro, it's the use of the antisocial behaviour legislation that concerns me, because she's housebound. She's not creating any issues. She's not actually actively doing anything. And I've got neighbours in my street in the same position, and my local authority are treating it much more sympathetically. So I'm just feeling frustrated on her behalf and grateful of any help you can give us, Jonathan.
It does seem quite an extreme thing to do, to threaten an 87-year-old with an ASBO. But part of me wonders whether that's because there's been quite a build-up to this point. I mean, how long has all this been going on for?
I'm not sure of an exact year, but neighbours have been unhappy and complained about her garden for several years.
Right.
So we have worked with the council, and they do understand mum's health limits what we can do. And financially, we're limited because the tree they wanted cutting, I think that cost about £3,000 to have it cut, and she paid for that, and we did it. But it's obviously not happening at the pace they want it to. But obviously, because of her frail state of health, she's actually having specialist treatment at 2 London hospitals. So while she's in hospital, we can't necessarily proceed as fast as they want us to.
Right. And how long has she lived in this council property?
It's not council, it's her own. 50 years she owns the property.
OK, so this is her own private property?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. So, but if it's her own property, and if she can't manage the garden, then surely it's down to her to pay for a gardener to come in and to manage the garden.
Yeah, that's right. She has been paying for a gardener. I think it was costing about £40 a week, and she's on a pension, so she has been doing that. But obviously, it's not at the rate. I think what they've asked for her to do by 3rd of June will probably cost thousands of pounds. So it will have a lot of, we need a lot of kind of time to coordinate and get that work done. So I'm not saying we won't necessarily do the work. It's their unreasonable request that I'm unhappy with, because the garden is overgrown and it does need addressing, but she's done a lot. The front garden is clear and the trees are cut back. So from the road,
right,
it looks reasonable. It's her back garden, I think, that they're unhappy with.
Right, but you talked earlier about this. You weren't sure how many years this had been going on for.
Perhaps a decade. I don't know. The neighbours have complained.
So for
about the
10, but so I'm really sorry, Sam, to ask these questions. I just need to try and get to the bottom of what's going on. I'm just trying to look at it from my own family's perspective. If my father got to a point where he couldn't manage his garden anymore, and for whatever reason hadn't got the funds to be able to pay a gardener, then isn't it time for him to move into a flat or somewhere that doesn't have that kind of responsibility, i.e. a big garden that you can't afford to pay a gardener to manage?
Perhaps. Mum's really keen to stay at home. That's her wish. She wants to stay at home, so we want to do everything we can to make that possible. And to be fair, her overgrown back garden hasn't been bothering anyone, and it hasn't been a priority while she's been having treatment. But I think because neighbours don't like the way it looks, and they've complained, it's become a priority for the council.
But I can understand that, because if I had a next door neighbour whose garden was looking like some kind of jungle, and they weren't paying to keep it maintained if they weren't prepared to do it themselves, I would also be questioning why they were living in a property with a garden.
Sure, but would they need an ASBO if they were nearly 90, is my point. I think the local authority have got the resources to offer support and kind of guidance and signpost to, agencies that can help her rectify it, rather than say...
So out of interest, who do you think should maintain your mum's garden?
My mum. My mum should, but it's just the scale of it.
No, but she can't, because based on what you're saying, her health is such that she can't possibly maintain it. So who do you think should?
Well, with help, get people in to help do it. So, yeah, with help. But I think what they've asked her to do is do a massive overhaul, which would take, if I asked you to landscape your garden, would you be able to do it within 2 weeks? And being in frail kind of condition and nearly 90, I think...
Yeah, no, I accept that, but you said this has been going on for 10 years.
Well, neighbours, she doesn't necessarily get on with a neighbour, and the neighbour has been persistently complaining. I'm not sure whether it's all valid or not. That's probably a discussion for another time. But there's just a complete lack of sympathy to the situation she's in. And I know other people in similar situations that have been kind of offered support and guidance and kind of just have a bit of empathy for them, because it's obviously the garden has grown and it has got out of control, but because she's been in poor health, it's not necessarily been the number one priority.
No, but over the last 10 years, if your mum's been in poor health, why at no point have you said, right, come on, Mum, this is ridiculous. The garden's looking like a jungle. Let's get some gardeners in, let's blitz the thing, and then let's have a gardener in, once a week just to keep on top of it for you so you haven't got to worry about this.
We have. She's had people come to clear the garden, and she has had a weekly gardener, which has stopped in the bad weather. But
so how bad is it now then? I mean, just describe what the garden looks like now.
The front garden looks, it doesn't look trimmed, but it's clear and it's kind of, it's not maybe as tidy as other people's gardens, but it's acceptable, I would say.
And the back garden?
The back garden's slightly more overgrown, but it's not impacting on anyone else. It's kind of, I don't know.
Can you see the lawn?
Yeah. Well, it is overgrown. It looks messy, but it's not. It is a garden, and you can walk down it. It's not completely kind of impassable. So, but it's just it's overgrown and wild.
Do you have any photos of the garden?
I could get some. Not right this second, but I could get some.
Right. Okay. I mean, I'd be interested to see what it looks like, because I'm trying to be fair and I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm trying to look at this from all sides. Obviously, I'm sorry that your mum is in poor health, and I can well imagine that to have the council on your back saying you've got to clear your garden must be very worrying for her. I absolutely accept that. Although I do kind of feel as if I was in your position, I would be taking that responsibility on for my elderly mother, so that I would be dealing with the council, which is maybe why you're talking to me now.
Sure.
But also, if she owns a house with a garden, if you as a family have a house with a garden that has become very overgrown, insofar as it's unsightly for the neighbours and they're worried about what might be living in that garden, then I can understand why the council are saying to you as a family, you've got to do something about this. This is not acceptable. And if you're not prepared to clear it yourself, you've got to pay someone in to do it.
Sure, I completely understand that. But up till now, it's been about the front garden and cutting the tree, which we've done. So we have been working with them. But, I work full-time. I don't live locally. I've got a young family. I can't have it as a full-time kind of project. And like you say, but, Mum wants to stay there and she does want to rectify it. I just need
but you can't have everything in life, can you? If my father's got a big garden. Now, he finds at the moment keeping on top of the garden is quite tough. So every now and then he has to pay someone to come in and do some of the big jobs, give it a big old blitz.
Sure.
If he gets to a point where he can't do the garden at all, it's probably not right for him to be living in that house. And as a family, we would be saying to him, Dad, you need to move somewhere smaller with a tiny garden because this one's too big for you. It's not manageable.
Sure, I would like, I would like.
Who do you think should do the garden for your mum?
Well, we all are helping. My brother's been and he's helped clear it. It's just the council's inflexibility. I'm not saying that she doesn't have to clear it. I agree completely what you're saying.
But how long should they give you? And you said this has been going on for 10 years.
No, it's the complaints from the neighbours been going on for that long, because her garden's more wild and they don't necessarily kind of approve of it. But it is a free country. If she wants to have a garden that is slightly more bushy than others and it's her own house, there is a kind of point where she gets some kind of choice over that. But I agree, it does need to be cleared, and we're doing the best we can to do it.
But why in 10 years have you not done it?
They haven't been complaining about that for 10 years.
Why have you and your brother not gone round there of a weekend and blitzed the garden?
He has gone round and blitzed the garden. They've been complaining about the height of the trees in the front garden before now and other things. It's not always been what they're complaining about in this recent letter that I've sent you. This is a completely new demand where they're saying just they want everything cleared. Before now it's been a specific tree was too big or something. So it hasn't always been the same issue that they've been raising.
So what can I do to help you?
I want the council to be sympathetic and reasonable in the way that they're dealing with this. I've asked them to look at the situation and say, is it reasonable for all that work to be done by the 3rd of June? Clearly not, because we need to get quotes and get contractors to kind of look at it. We are in a pandemic, there's a backlog, it's quite hard to get things done quickly because people have been waiting and they're prioritising work that they've already committed to. So I just want the council to kind of live by their values, she's a local resident, she's struggling. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to work with us on a plan that's achievable rather than say we're going to give you an ASBO?
When was the first time the council contacted your mother to tell her the garden needed to be cleared?
Well, recently, the letter, I got it the evening I contacted.
When was the first time the council made contact? Because it's not normal for a council to have to write to someone and say, your garden is not being maintained, you need to do something about it. That's not normal. So when was the first time they contacted your mother to make her aware of the fact that they felt the garden was not adequately maintained and something needed to be done?
I don't know the specific date, but during the pandemic, it was the first time we had a letter like this that said about ASBOs and things. Before that, it was neighbours have said there might be pests, can you have a pest treatment? Or the tree is blocking light, it's quite big. So if they've asked for things, we've done it. But during the pandemic, they wrote and said that, that they're kind of upping it. But it's been really hard in the pandemic with a sick elderly lady to get everything done. So, yeah, it's more recently that they're using this approach.
Okay, so the last time when they first wrote to your mother to say the state of your garden is unacceptable, you need to do something about it, or we're going to give you an ASBO, when did that correspondence come through to you?
Well, within the last year, because it's in the pandemic. I don't know the exact date.
So potentially a year ago?
Yeah, with the restrictions, it's been hard to tackle it, and with her health, but yes. Within the last year, they've changed their approach and said, it's not about a tree, it's not about potential pests, we want you to do a complete overhaul, basically, I think.
Right, so I guess the question is, why then in the last year haven't you done something about it?
Because in a pandemic, you're limited on what you can do travel-wise and otherwise.
There have been plenty of gardeners working, and plenty of people will have had tree surgeons in to do work on their trees.
We have, Jonathan.
In the last year.
We have, Jonathan. We have been doing things in the last year. The council know that. They've acknowledged that in the letter.
Right. Okay, but you obviously haven't done it extensively enough, because they wouldn't be threatening your mum with an ASBO, as far as I'm concerned, unless you're telling me that I'm not gathering from this story. They wouldn't be threatening your mum with an ASBO unless this had been going on for a long time and this was the final straw, because they just feel as if your mum or you as a family are just not taking adequate responsibility for the garden that comes with this property that your mum lives in.
Yeah, they've not said it like that. I've asked them since the letter for them to spell out exactly what they'd like us to do, because you're right. If they don't tell us exactly what they want us to do, we will kind of disappoint them, because they need to be specific. They've just sent a map and said, that's our house and we want you to clear undergrowth and remove any rubbish, because people have fly tipped when they've done renovations. They've chucked it all in the back garden. So she needs to get all that removed. But I just think it's an unsympathetic way to deal with a pensioner. When they've got support, they might have access to services that can support her and support us to deal with it. It's not as straightforward as you're kind of putting forward, just to kind of get it blitzed.
But the council have a responsibility to your mum's neighbours as well.
Yeah.
And if they've been complaining and saying, look, we are living next door to this garden that is just completely overgrown, no work is ever done in it, we've got pests in the local area who we suspect are making nests in this garden, if the council have a responsibility to everyone, including those neighbours, don't they? So
sure.
I mean,
it's not the general principle that I'm unhappy with. I understand the work's got to be done. It's just giving 2 weeks deadline is unreasonable.
But it's not giving 2 weeks, is it? It's not, because you said that they first wrote to your mum a year ago talking about the ASBO, and I would put it to you that I'm sure they must have written to her before an ASBO was even mentioned about the garden.
But since they wrote to us a year ago, we've been working with them to try and resolve it, and we've been getting work done. But if you're on a pension and you're limited in what you can do and you're in and out of hospital, you can't necessarily give it your full attention. There have been other things during the pandemic that have been going on. So we're not saying we won't work with them. We're saying in 2 weeks it's unreasonable for us to have the right contractors to do everything. I want them to work with us to resolve it. rather than threaten her with an ASBO.
But did you, when the first letter came through to your mum a year ago and said, the garden needs to be cleared or you're going to get an ASBO, did you make contact with the person who wrote you the letter to say, right, I am Mrs. So-and-so's daughter, she's not very well, therefore I'm going to take this on and I'm going to get whatever needs to be done resolved with the garden. Can you please tell me what is the council looking for us to do? I will then organise for contractors or for family and friends to come round and to do whatever you're looking to do so that we get this sorted out, because I can't bear the stress of this affecting my mum while she's very unwell. Did you make that contact, or have you left it until 2 weeks before the ASBO's due to be served to now say, well, they've given us too little time?
Absolutely, Jonathan. As soon as we got the letter, I contacted them. I've met them there. We built up a relationship. We were working on things. If you're on a pension, you've got limited means. So she's used savings to cut back trees. And like we said, the regular gardener was coming in to maintain what we'd done. So no, what you've just said is absolutely not the case. So they're fully aware of the situation. They've met us there. They've been in the gardens with me and Mum. They've talked things through. But what I need from them is a specific request of what they actually want to be done, because I could get contractors in, they could say they're still not happy. It's very vague. The timeline's too short. We can't get the work done in 2 weeks, is what I'm saying to them. So I have made that clear to them. And hopefully they're going to come back with something more reasonable. OK.
I think what I will need to do is to go and have a word with the council.
Sure.
I need to find out from their perspective what's gone on. When could you get me some photos of the garden? Because that would obviously help enormously. Because if the garden is not really that bad, then obviously that puts all of this in a completely different light. Because to then threaten someone with an ASBO, if the garden just simply looks a bit ungardened, that's very different to your garden resembling a wild forest.
Sure. Well, I'm self-isolating at the moment, but we can get you some pictures as soon as I'm able to travel, because we've had a case at my daughter's school of COVID, so we're stuck here because some of us are unwell. But as soon as I can get some pictures, I will do. The front garden, there's been great progress made, and the back garden, there has been some work, but less so.
OK. Well, I need to go and have a word with the council and hear their side of the story, and we'll take it from there. What I'll do, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get that detail and we'll go and have a word with the council this afternoon and just see how they want to play this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
OK. All right. Sam, hang on there and we'll try and get to the bottom of what's going on. Do you remember Lindsay? Lindsay came to me. She was telling me she's a single parent with 2 children. And after years of thinking about it, she decided to remortgage her property last year to pay for some significant changes to her house. Now, she had the job priced up by a landscaper, not necessarily a builder, but she said she had used this landscaper before, and he said that he was going to do this extension for her at a cost of £47,000.
There was some internal alterations, turning of the stairs and a bathroom being boarded out and put in upstairs, and a single-storey extension which required planning permission. There was some difficulties. Felt like I was being told off for asking any questions of the work that was being carried out. Following day after the brick and block work was done, my neighbour popped his head over the fence to advise me the building firm had dug the foundations on the neighbouring property. Due to the negligence, the toxic environment, and obviously then the breach of contract, I was left with no choice but to terminate. I couldn't continue working with someone that wasn't prepared to work with me. I've been left living in a building site for the last 5 months. Nothing has been completed. I've got holes in the walls. My daughter's health has suffered where we've had the cold coming in. The total that I've paid the first building company was £33,270. It's a further £35,000 to finish the job and rectify the issues.
Lindsay says she's now had quotes from 3 different builders that have had a look at the work that's been done, and apparently have told Lindsay that the builder has been overpaid by about £18,000 based on the amount of work that he has done so far. So that's what Lindsay wants back from him, so that she can then use that money to pay another builder to finish the job off properly. Well, I've been off to have a word with the builder. Lindsay's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lindsay.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Lindsay. Right, now I have had a long conversation with the builder, very long conversation actually, and it probably won't surprise you to learn he's given me a slightly different version of events. So let's go through the events, and I should just point out, and I'll state this at the beginning, there is an offer on the table, okay?
Okay.
So I'll just start off by, reassuring you that at the end of this there is an offer. He says that he's been friends with you for several years. He said that, in fact, this was a really good friendship. You, I gather, did work for him. And your son has also done work for him during school holidays and things like that. Is that true?
I haven't worked for him. I offered to do some quotations for him as a support. We have known each other. But again, originally, I gathered his information from a local internet site. And that's how, obviously, it came about. The work carried out, the landscaping work carried out, was the first point of us communicating.
Wow.
And obviously that's the work that was carried out. And then he continued to do small jobs for me. My son obviously was looking for work. That was a agreement between them that took place. But ultimately, the work that was then carried out here, as I said to you the other day, was done incorrectly.
Yeah. But it's important because he said that he needed to make it very clear from the beginning that as far as he was concerned, he was a friend of yours, and you have done work for him. Your son, he's given some work as well. So he said, this job. He said, I was told by Lindsay that she wanted to do the extension, and she asked me if I would be prepared to do the job. He said, I gave the first of 3 quotes last summer. He said, I subsequently revised that quote on 3 occasions because he said, to be honest with you, Lindsay's budget for what she was looking for was very tight. And he said, I was just constantly trying to find ways of reducing the cost for her as a friend, because the amount that it was going to cost to do the work that she wanted, it was above her budget that she had. He said, in the end, because she has done some of my quote work for me before, he said, I said to her, look, you write the quote for what you want me to do. I'll check it over. And if I'm prepared to do it for the price that you put on the quote, I'll do it. And he said that you then wrote the quote for him. He looked at it. He said there was hardly any profit in it, but because you were a friend, he was happy to do the job.
The information has obviously been twisted there. I made it very clear from the beginning what the remortgage value was as to what I could do. I'm not a builder or a landscaper. I couldn't have quoted the job myself. The information was given to him on what I wanted doing. And I also probably mistakenly gave him the details of what I had to spend prior to him producing the quotation. I wrote the quotation up from the details that he gave me to put it onto a professional documentation, because obviously this is information that needed to be provided to my insurance company.
So you did actually type up the quote for him for this job?
Yes, off the back of the information that he provided me and what the costings would be associated with it.
Okay. Now, he said that it was all agreed. He said, I wasn't really making very much profit, but he said I was happy to do the job because she's a friend. He said, I started the work, dug down the footings 1 metre, which was what was outlined in the quote, although it was also made clear that was the initial dig out for the footings. What you then do, he said, is you then have to get the building inspector to come round, just check that they're happy with those footings. He said, unfortunately, when the building inspector came out and had a look, the building inspector wanted us to go deeper. The building inspector wanted us to go 3 metres deep, which he said was obviously considerably more work. He said, there's no way I could even get down 3 metres with the digger that I've got. So he said at that point I had to have another conversation with Lindsay to explain that the building inspector was not prepared to accept 1 metre footings. They needed to be much bigger ones, and we would need to get all new machinery into the garden to do the job. He said, there's a school at the back of Lindsay's house, and he said the best way of getting the machinery in to dig the footings down deep enough, because am I right in saying that it later transpired your house was built on what used to be a pond, Lindsay?
Yeah, it's made up ground, so we found out thereafter.
Yeah. So he said that he organised with the school to let him get this machinery through their grounds. They then had to dismantle a shed in your garden and get this machinery into the garden in order to dig the footings down to 3 metres, which was what was required. And he said that unfortunately, during the process of using this much bigger machinery, it damaged your patio. And he said it was at that point the relationship started to go wrong, because Lindsay was getting very annoyed at the patio being damaged, and also the fact that we'd had to take down the shed in order to get this machinery into the garden.
Yeah, I agreed that the shed could be dismantled. Obviously, I appreciated that that was the only route they had in. So I appreciated that that had to be done in order to have the works completed. I was upset with the patio because the patio had only been laid a year previously, and there was nothing put down to protect it from the movement of the digger.
He said he couldn't put anything down to protect the patio because, as he'd explained to you at the time, that would make the machinery unstable. If you were to put it, for example, on wooden boards, he said that would not be stable enough for this machinery, and it needed to be on the patio itself. But he said that was at the point, he said it was at that point that was when the relationship started to fail. He said what then unfortunately made things worse, he said, was then I made a mistake. He said it transpired I had, when I dug the footings out, I was 26 centimetres out. I was 26 centimetres over onto the neighbour's side. And he said, I fully hold my hands up. It was a mistake. I dug the footings out. We did all the foundations. We built the wall. All the brickwork was done, he said. And it was only after the brickwork was done that we were alerted by the neighbour that we had built the thing 26 centimetres over on their land. He said, now at that point what I did, he said, was we had a meeting with the next door neighbour and with Lindsay. The next door neighbour has an extension themselves on their side of the land that apparently had some historic subsidence and cracking in the walls. So he said what was agreed at that point was that while I'd got all the machinery there in the garden, what I would do is I would underpin his extension for him in return for him allowing the building that we'd built to remain where it was. And he said we signed paperwork. He said I signed the paperwork, the next door neighbour signed the paperwork, and Lindsay signed the paperwork to say that that was then an acceptable conclusion. He said none of it was ideal, but he said considering the situation we were in at that point, it seems like the best way of resolving the matter.
So the foundations were further out than 26 centimetres. It was the brickwork that was over by that amount. The foundations were obviously further over.
But do you accept the fundamentals that you signed paperwork to say that you were happy with the resolution and the neighbour signed that paperwork as well?
Correct. We signed it because he said that he was not prepared to dig additional footings because of the costings. So we had to come up with an alternative plan, which unfortunately we weren't able to proceed with due to other complications with the neighbour. And after numerous weeks of chasing the landscaper to get these documentation put forward, it wasn't being done.
Well, he said
my
that
frustration obviously further grew at that stage.
and he said, you know, it was very, very clear that things were going wrong in terms of the relationship, how it was all working out. And he said, I hold my hand up. that was my mistake that I made. He said, unfortunately, another problem occurred. He said, I tried to do Lindsay a favour in terms of I tried to do the flat roof with what's known as rubber roofing rather than 3-felt roofing, because rubber roofing lasts longer. He said, but I got a roofer in who I hadn't worked with before, and the rubber started to bubble up. He said, I agreed that it wasn't acceptable and I would get it redone. But he said by this point the relationship was really going wrong and the two of you were falling out. He said then the next problem was with the floor inside the extension. He said that originally one of the ways that he was due to keep the costs low for you was that one of your cousins was going to do some of the flooring in the extension. But he said that then didn't happen and you were expecting him to do it. And he said, well, no, that's not in the quote. You know, that part of the flooring was one of the things that we did in order to cut the costs. You were going to get your cousin to do it. But he said that he was just told he had to do this at this point. And he said by this point, everything was going really badly. Then he said he turned up one day for work to be greeted at the front door by your son. And he said to your son, what are you doing home from school? And he said, your son said to him, oh, we've all been sent home because there's a corona outbreak at school. But he said at no point had you told him that that was the case. If he hadn't asked your son, he and his workmen would have been expected to just go in and out of your property with a son that had been sent home from school to self-isolate because of corona. Now, there's a lot for you to respond to. How you know, what do you say to that?
Absolutely. So, firstly, with regards to the groundwork, if I had a cousin that could have done that, they would have been doing all of the work, and I would have certainly got a quote from a family member if they were able to carry out the work, not just someone that obviously I'd used for landscaping in the past. So, you know, this is another piece of information that has come up that previously when we've had discussions that he's suggested, which is not true. With regards to the situation with my son being home from school, the school were obviously it was a very difficult time with COVID. I'd spoken to the school that morning and they had confirmed that he had not been in direct contact, but as precautionary measures, they were obviously sending everyone home. The access for the tradesmen coming into the property was through a garage and a back room, not into the main house, which is not where obviously we would be. Therefore, there wouldn't have been any contact. However, obviously, prior to them coming into the house, that conversation would have been held, but I wasn't given the opportunity to do that. So,
well, he said it was at that point then that he didn't feel comfortable coming into the house. He said that then the lockdown occurred, and around then the whole thing had just completely fallen apart. And that was when you then said to him, right, well, I don't want you coming back. I've lost faith in you to do the job. Now, he said he accepts that, and he said, I accept that there have been mistakes made in the job. But he said, I'm now being told that I need to pay back £18,000. He said, I've been provided with 3 quotes. He said, one of the quotes I've been given is from someone who hasn't even been out to have a look at the site. And he said, I completely dispute the £18,000 figure. He said, I accept, and this is where, as I said to you at the beginning of the conversation, there is an offer on the table. He said, I accept that I have probably taken about £4,000 more than the job that I have done. He said, I owe about £4,000. So I said to him at that point, well, why haven't you paid Lindsay the £4,000 then, at least? And he said, because the last thing I had was Lindsay's brother at my front door. He said, he suggested at the time he felt as if the conversation had been quite aggressive. And Lindsay's brother, he said that they were going to take me to court and that I should expect to receive court paperwork. And he said, that is what I've been waiting for. He said, I haven't done anything because I was expecting to hear from the court, at which point he said, I'm fully prepared to try and defend myself, because I recognise that although mistakes have been made, what I'm being asked to pay is unreasonable, he said. So that's where he stands at the moment. I said to him, well, are you prepared to pay Lindsay the £4,000 if a line is drawn under this and this is moved on? He said, well, that offer is fine and fair and reasonable. He said, but I need to know what's going on, because at the moment I'm waiting to be taken to court. So, first of all, have you ever heard of the £4,000 offer before?
No.
And why haven't you taken him to court?
Because, as I explained the other day, I'm not in a position financially to take this through court. We had tried to obviously be reasonable in respect of the overpayment and try and recover that. We even offered a payment scheme. It was all put in writing. There was no contact directly from my brother or anyone else. Everything has been done.
So your brother didn't turn up at his front door?
He hasn't turned up at his front door, no, not at all.
Okay.
No. We've been trying to do this using as much professional advice as possible without the additional costs. As I say, I haven't got the finances to be able to take this through a court. We wrote the letters and asked for the overpayment to be paid back. The £4,000 I feel is absolutely unreasonable as an amount, considering the amount that's been paid out for the amount of work that's been carried out. I've had more than 3 builders come in to assess the work, and I've actually had numerous builders who have refused to take on the work because of the quality and the state that it has been left in, obviously by the previous builder. So I don't feel that the sum of 4,000 is reasonable or fair. I'm not a professional. I can't bring these figures together. These have been done by individual companies who have come to me with a price that they believe to be the overpayment. That's the average that has come out of the 3 quotes that have been put forward.
Okay, well, it sounds to me as if what I now need to do is to speak to... Would any of the builders that you have approached independently to have a look at the job, would any of them be prepared to speak to me, do you think? I mean, do you have a copy of those quotes that I can have a look at and a copy of their reports?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure they'd be more than happy to.
And is it true that one of the builders that has quoted hasn't actually been out to have a look at the job?
I don't know where that's come from, and also we haven't given the builder's details directly to him, because obviously that wouldn't be the right thing to do at that stage. So I don't believe that what is being commented on there is correct. All of the builders, as I say, plus additional builders, have come out and had a look at the property, what has been done or what hasn't been done, and shared their views on the work that's been carried out.
I think what I need to do, because obviously I'm not a builder and I have no idea whether the work that has been done and the amount of money, there's no doubt about it, you've paid him a lot of money, and I've seen the evidence of the fact that you've made these large payments to him. What I need to assess and what I need to understand fully for myself is whether the money you have paid him is considerably more than would be reasonably expected for the work that he's already carried out.
Yeah.
You're saying it's £18,000 worth. He says it's £4,000 worth.
Yeah.
There is an admission that he has taken more money than the work that he's carried out, but he just doesn't agree with you that it's £18,000 worth. So I need to get an independent view on what's going on. The builders that have been out to quote, just so I'm fully aware of this, do those builders know you? Do you have a connection to them in any way?
No, not at all. I had to gain, as I say, I don't have family members that were able to carry out any of the works involved. I had to get local friends, family, or people to give me recommendations of people that would be able to carry out the work. And that's where I've obviously got my new builder from as well, was through recommendations. But all of the quotes that have come through, whether they have been for the work that has been carried out or quoting to take on the additional work, have all been recommendations from other people, not people that I know.
Right. What I'd like you to do, I'm going to pass you back to the team. I'm going to arrange to see all of the reports you've had from the other builders and the quotes. I'm going to go and have a word with those builders and let's see what they have to say in terms of what they have seen when they've come out to have a look at the job that's been done. We'll leave it there. Now, Barry came to me. He was telling me a few weeks ago somebody new moved into the property next door. He lives in a terraced house and they have a kind of shared driveway. Well, it quickly became apparent this skip that was on the drive next door was going to become a bit of an issue.
2 weeks after they moved in, a skip arrived on the driveway. A couple of days later, a load of doors inside the skip. It's on his land. A couple of days later, I've come home from shopping and there's a van on the shared bit of driveway unloading other building materials into the skip. I couldn't park on my driveway because obviously the van's in the way. And then about a week later, I'm blocked again by another van unloading a load of rubbish out of the back of it. The plot thickens. The person who lives next door, who's renting next door, actually works for this building company who are putting all the rubbish into the skip. I take it that it's his boss who's ordered the skip, put it on the driveway to save paying for permits around the local area, and filling up the vans, bringing them back and disposing of the rubbish inside the skip.
Well, it's simply unacceptable. You cannot use a residential driveway as the place that you put a skip to dump commercial waste. It's simply not acceptable. In order to dispose of commercial waste, as all of my builder listeners will know, you have to have a licence, you have to dispose of that waste in the correct manner. You can't just stick a skip on someone's drive and keep turning up throughout the day and offloading into the back of that skip. A skip on someone's drive is there for domestic waste from that homeowner's property. So I went off to have a word with the construction company that was using the skip next door, and I wasn't very impressed by the initial response I got from them. Barry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Barry.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Barry. Now, the company, as you are well aware, is a company called K&S General Construction Limited. And I called up K&S General Construction Limited and spoke to the man who is the director of the company, Mr. Malise, who said to me, to begin with, the story was that the skip next door, it's nothing to do with him. And if vans have been turning up with his company written on the side of it, disposing of waste, it's nothing to do with him or his company. They are self-employed builders and they're just using that skip for whatever. So it's got nothing to do with him. When I said I didn't believe that, my exact words were, "Do you think I came down in the last shower?" At which point he then started accusing me of raising my voice and all this kind of nonsense. I said, "I'm not raising my voice. Just don't assume I came down in the last shower. The vehicles are turning up with your company name all over the side. The company vehicles are dropping stuff off throughout the day. Do you honestly expect me to believe that this is not coming from your company? It's completely unacceptable." I said, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go and have a word with Milton Keynes Council. At which point he said, "Oh, that's okay, because I work very closely with the council." The suggestion from him seemed to be that the council know what he's doing and the council are fine with him. So I went and put that to Milton Keynes Council. Now, Milton Keynes Council came back and said that that was not correct. They said that K&S General Construction Limited is not one of their contractors. And they, to be fair to Milton Keynes Council, got somebody to make contact with you, and they suggested to you that they were going to get this sorted. Yes?
They did indeed, yeah.
Unfortunately, nothing happened for a few days, so it became necessary for me to raise the issue again. And it was at the point that I named K&S General Construction on the programme that I had a number of very interesting phone calls, mainly from people that wanted to remain anonymous, and that's absolutely fine. But one of the most useful calls I received was from someone who said, K&S General Construction Limited do not work for Milton Keynes Council, but they are subcontractors for Mears Group plc, and they are indeed Milton Keynes Council Construction. They are a contractor for Milton Keynes Council. So I then went back to Milton Keynes Council again. They said that they were going to ask Mears to investigate it. I then received a response from Mears Group to say after looking into this, Mears were not aware that the skip was being used in this way. We have spoken to K&S and reminded them of the standards they need to keep to for waste management, and have asked for this skip to be removed as soon as possible. We believe the earliest this can happen is this Thursday. We extend our apologies to Barry on behalf of our subcontractor and will be ensuring this does not happen again. So that was great. And I was in quite a good mood, I'll be honest with you, Barry, after I received that. Yeah. Until I came into work yesterday morning to find an email from you showing me photographic evidence of a K&S General Construction van offloading stuff into the skip that was still on the next door neighbour's drive next to your property.
That's right.
Well, I mean, I was just furious, to be honest, when I saw this photograph. So I sent the photographs off to both Milton Keynes Council and Mears Group first thing yesterday morning and asked them what is going on, why is this still happening, why is that skip still there, and why is this company still, even though apparently you've had a word with them to tell them not to do it, why are they still using the skip next door in exactly the same way? Well, Mears Group have come back with another response. They say, the skip has now been collected. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We have been firm with the contractor that this cannot happen again. So, a couple of questions for you, Barry. Firstly, has the skip gone?
It's now a skip-free zone, Jonathan.
Fantastic. What time did that happen yesterday?
I think it was around late morning, early afternoon yesterday. It was taken away.
Okay, fine. And have you had any kind of, you've not had any knock at the front door from the guy who works for K&S General Construction who lives next door?
No, nothing. No, all quiet on the western front, shall we say.
Good. Okay. Well, what I would like to make very clear, and I want to put this out there now, what I do not want to happen is for this skip to reappear somewhere else in Milton Keynes and for the problem to simply be moved to someone else's house. If anybody listening to this programme encounters a skip being put on a driveway and vehicles with K&S General Construction Limited written all over the side of them start offloading into that skip, can you please make contact with me as a matter of urgency? You can email jvsshow@bbc.co.uk. Mears Group say that they have made it very clear this is not to happen again. I'm grateful to them for that, and I hope that is the case. I really hope that lessons have been learnt as a result of all of this. Barry, shall I thank Milton Keynes Council and Mears Group?
Oh, that's a tricky one, Jonathan. I probably wouldn't go down the council route because their lack of interest in this matter, maybe because they're subcontractors of they've, maybe Mears Group. Let's give them the horn instead.
Well, I mean, I will thank Milton Keynes Council as well, because apart from anything else, I want this to be made very clear. I do not want this problem to be moved to someone else's address. I don't want it to become somebody else's problem. This is simply unacceptable. Any contractor will know that when they're disposing of waste as part of their job, you can't just stick it in a skip on someone's driveway. It's just unacceptable. Barry, I'm going to thank the council. I'm going to thank Mears Group. I'm going to give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Barry, you come straight back to me. Peter's son, his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter moved into a housing association property in December. He says it's a terrific house, but there's an issue.
The fence needed replacing. It was falling down. And of course, over the Christmas period and that, we had some winds and rain and it blew the whole fence down. We called the housing association. They eventually sent a guy out. He okayed it and said, yeah, this definitely needs replacing. Now we've had a letter or an email from the housing association saying it's not their responsibility and we've got to pay for it. When I spoke to them the other day, the lady was quite rude to me, just saying, check your terms and conditions. That's all she would say. But I did say to her, why should they be expected to buy a new fence when it was already in disrepair? And my worst concern is that she actually backs onto a train track, and I've got a little 2-year-old granddaughter, and I'd hate for her to fall down the bank and end up, against a metal fence near a train track. And also the next door neighbour, she has a friend round with a dirty great husky dog, and it bounds straight into their garden, and if my little girl's out there, it rolls all over the place.
Well, what has the Housing Association had to say to me about all of this? Peter's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Peter.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, Peter. Now, as you know, the Housing Association is Sanctuary Housing. They came back and said, while it is clear in our tenancy agreements that it is a tenant's responsibility to maintain dividing fences between properties, we acknowledge we may have caused confusion in this case and will therefore arrange for the damaged fence panels to be replaced. We're in contact with the family to agree a suitable date for this work to be done. Now, that's great, but the proof of the pudding and all that, so what's happened since we last spoke?
For the day that we spoke on the Tuesday, the guy turned up and measured up all the fencing as they said he would, and he's gone away to obviously get all the building supplies together, but haven't come back with a date yet for us.
Right, but he's measured up and worked out how many panels and posts and all that kind of stuff he's going to need.
He's done all the measuring, and then they know what they've got to buy to put it right. So, literally just waiting on them making an appointment.
Right, and we don't have any idea at all.
No, well, they are hoping for next week, but.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get the hope that they're coming back next week?
Megan McLaughlin had a phone call from the guy that came and measured. And he said he was going to try and action it next week if possible.
Okay, great. Okay, well, that sounds great. I don't know how much of it is weather dependent, but let's hope.
If it's today, it wouldn't be one to put a fence panel up, would you?
No, I mean you don't want to be putting fence panels up with 60-mile-an-hour winds, because I would imagine they may well blow down as quickly as you put them up. But look, let's hope that next week things are a bit calmer. Can you please keep me posted at this stage? I'm not going to give anyone the horn. I'm just going to keep my beady eye upon this. Can you please keep me posted next week? And fingers crossed we'll be able to conclude the case, give the company the horn, give Sanctuary Housing the horn, and move on with our lives with nice new fence panels installed.
Without a doubt, definitely.
Great. All right, listen, I'll speak to you next week. Fingers crossed.